thank you all for attending. As you know, we still are living in COVID land, Zoom vicinity, and that means that we're acting under the governor's executive order, which provides that we can use this kind of format as long as we make it available to members of the public so that they can see and participate as they would like. So Megan will, at an appropriate time, provide you with members of the public with details of how to access through Zoom and YouTube if you'd like to comment, but not everybody who's here from the public necessarily wants to comment. So we just want you to be aware that we're operating under these different ground rules, and what that means is we request that everybody asks to be recognized through the chair. We do that in our standard meetings also, but that allows us to keep an orderly procedure here, given that we're coming from a lot of different places. I'd like to start by taking count of who's here so that we keep our minutes clear. So John Trudell on the planning board will be joining us momentarily, but I'm just going to take roll call here. Nat Lowell.
Aye, here.
Let's see, Fritz McClure.
Aye, here.
Dave Iverson.
Here.
He left his palm tree to come. I'm Judith Wagner, chair, and we will have, I hope, John Trudell. We also have with us our excellent alternates, Dave Callahan. If you wave or let us know you're there.
Yeah, hi, Dave.
Yep. Campbell Sutton.
Here.
And Stephen Welch.
Here.
And our excellent staff, Megan Trudell.
Here.
Catherine Ansero.
Here.
And Leslie Snell, and you're there.
Here.
I don't know if Andrew's going to be with us or not, but
yes, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Andrew. You're hiding behind your
Oh, Andrew.
Your mask of darkness there. Okay, well, thank you. So now, for some of you who are going to be presenting, let me just. This is to help the minutes takers to know who's going to be presenting formally, and then there may be additional citizens that we want to check in with you just before we get started. Linda Williams, you're going to present, right? You're there.
Until the cows come home this evening, apparently.
Okay, and Brooke Meerbergen.
Yes, I'm here for any questions related to 26.5 Bartlett Road and 6 Marianne Drive.
Thank you. Dan Malloy.
Yes, I'm here probably with Linda on Bartlett Road and Larrabee Lane.
Okay. John Brescher.
Yes, I'm here with, or for the Nantucket Boys and Girls Club.
And Arthur Reed. I see you, Arthur, wave. I know.
I'm here for the Fairgrounds Common.
Fairgrounds. Thank
and
you.
Also another matter later in the agenda.
All right, and I think I saw Art Gasparo somewhere.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. And I see what you mean, Nat. If it goes on to 2 pages, it makes it a lot harder. So there may be others of you presenting, but let me just take roll of who else is here. Ron Winters. Are you presenting on something, or you're a citizen observing or
Ron,
speaking?
I don't know whether Ron is on yet, but Ron will be on with
He's
me.
muted. He's muted.
On let's see, it's late in the agenda. It's the next to us to the public hearings, Ronald W. and Ellen H.
Oh,
Winters.
right. Thank you. Glad to see you. And then I see someone named Alahan, whoever that is. Don't know who that is. But it's an empty space right now. Didi Spencer is here. And was recognized before. Elisa Corey, I see you twice.
Yeah, one's me and one's my husband, but
Oh,
we're just on
good.
the consent agenda, so.
Okay, thank you. Victoria Ewing. You're perhaps presenting on something.
Yeah, 82 Millbrook Road and 10 Moore's End Lane.
Thank you. And Ben Normand, are
hear
you
me?
presenting?
Okay.
I'm here for 25 Woodbine, 22 Boulevard, and 28 Kelly Road, second dwelling application.
Thank you. Let's see if I see anybody else or, oh, Billy Cassidy. I see your name.
Hi, Judith. Yeah,
You
I'm here.
unmuting. Greetings. And Jay Maroney. Don't hear from Jay. Okay, I think that's everybody we have right now. We may have others joining us. Did I miss anybody? Okay, so we're now going to proceed by asking for the agenda to be approved. If you don't have the agenda, you can get it from Ms. Williams, who carries it with her and sends it at will by email or off the town website.
Anybody
calling the
needs it,
meeting.
I'll email it.
If anybody needs it. But I'll call the meeting to order, and I trust we'll have John Trudell here shortly. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Fritz, Nat moved, Fritz seconded. We need to do this by roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave Iverson,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you very much. We don't have minutes to approve from August. We're holding that over till November. So because of the length of the agenda today, we're clustering the second dwellings and A&R plans and treating them as a consent agenda. What that means for somebody. Oh, there's John Trudell is here. Welcome, John Trudell. So everybody's now here.
Thank you. Sorry for lateness.
No problem. Just for those who may be watching who aren't familiar with our meetings, when we say we have a consent agenda, that means the board has been given notice that there are a cluster of matters, typically ones over which they have limited discretion, and they're given the opportunity to flag anything to be pulled off the consent agenda to be discussed separately. Otherwise, we would discuss a motion on all of them at once. So I would ask members of the board, first, if there's any recusals for second dwellings. And if not, does anyone want to take anything off the consent agenda for full discussion? Fritz, What-
20 Boulevard,
20 Boulevard, thank you.
20, 22, what is it? 22, I think it is.
22 Boulevard, so that's number 51. Is there
Yes.
anything else anybody wants to take off? Hearing not, none, is there a motion to approve everything other than the item that we have on Nantucket Road and 22 Boulevard that Fritz just pulled?
I'd move approval all of the secondary dwelling applications on the agenda, with any finding and conditions outlined in the staff report, with the exception of 250 Nantucket Road, which has been withdrawn, and 22 Boulevard.
Okay,
Second.
Fritz moved, Nat seconded. Any discussion? Not, I'll do roll call vote. Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, let's go back then to greetings. Thank you, Adam Stillman, for letting us know you're here. We'll be getting to you a little bit later, but 22 Boulevard, Megan, would you say a few words about that? Or then Fritz, you can ask questions if you have.
Okay.
I think this is one Campbell had prior questions about too.
Yeah, Campbell had a question earlier today about the potential for access on White Hart Lane versus Boulevard. That unfortunately would not be possible because White Hart Lane is a private roadway that's owned by 1 and 3 White Hart Lane. But in any event, I'll go through just briefly what's being proposed here. And Ben Norman is on the Zoom as well. He's representing this applicant. They're proposing to construct a 3-bedroom secondary dwelling. It'll have an approximate ground cover of 652 square feet. This particular site is zoned Lug 1. The second dwelling will be accessed from the boulevard on a proposed shell driveway. The driveway will have a total of 5 exterior parking spaces, which meets the parking requirement. Conservation approval is not required for this application to move forward. And I did just list the standard conditions, including the driveway apron be installed.
Fritz, do you want to comment?
Yes, my question relates primarily to the number of bedrooms. If you take a look at the site plan that's in the package, it shows that if we approve this cottage with 3 bedrooms, it shows there'll be 13 bedrooms on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings. And there was a Department of Health, a Board of Health application for septic listing 14 bedrooms. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here and how we end up having bedrooms in 5 different buildings.
For anyone whose dog wants more privacy, you just have to click the mute button.
Can I comment on Fritz's?
Yes, please, Mr. Norman. Yes.
Yep. So Fritz, I appreciate your observations on these plans. So the health department, and me and Megan went over this, and we actually updated the plan, but that didn't get into your packet. But in planning for this property, there's a number of different buildings on the property, and the health department has their own determination of what is constituted a bedroom towards your septic system bedroom count. And so the site plan indicates a bedroom, say in the garage studio, a bedroom / septic capacity. So although it's a studio building, it counts as 1 bedroom of capacity towards the septic system. Megan actually asked me to update my site plan, and that was what I submitted, was the one that's now on the screen, because Megan said that was confusing for your guys' review, but it is helpful for us as we're designing our septic system to meet the health department needs for these buildings. But they are not technically bedrooms, but per the health department, they're considered a bedroom of capacity on the septic system.
Megan, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ben. I thought I updated it with this plan since it was me that requested it to be clarified to begin with, and I must have included the old plan. So the one that is on the screen is the proper plan to be included with the approval.
Just follow-up question. So then for purpose on the application, is what we're have before us. Do we have 8 bedrooms in 3 buildings for zoning purposes?
Yep. Let's see how many, okay, let me see. 5 bedrooms in the main house and 3 bedrooms in the cottage, a total of 8 bedrooms on the property, yes.
But you have a tertiary, right?
No, no tertiary.
What is, where,
What,
Megan,
but
what is
listed
it
as
that you're
tertiary
pointing
on
at?
the other plan.
Is it, can everyone see this on the screen share?
It's
Yes.
a little small, it's all, to read any of the writing.
It
Through you,
looks
Madam Chair.
parking spaces, is that correct?
We have the 5 parking spaces, 2 here, 2 here. This is the main dwelling with 5 bedrooms. There's a pool, a cabana, a garage. There's a barn,
Mm.
and then there's a 3-bedroom cottage back here. And this is the second dwelling that's being applied for.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Okay.
Megan, would this be eligible for tertiary at some point?
At some point with the proper application, yes.
Fritz, further thoughts?
Let me just look. So I see we've got a main house, a cabana, a garage studio, an entertainment barn, and a cottage, which I guess is the proposed secondary dwelling. Just seems like an awful lot of buildings. And none of those others have kitchens or any facilities in them?
Nope.
Those are my questions.
Do others have questions? Megan, how large is this lot overall?
It's a lug 2 lot. Is it just around 80,000 square feet? Is that correct, Ben?
I'll have to look up real quick here.
Yeah.
Bear with me.
I'm sorry, I've got it here too. I've just got so many screens.
Oh, sorry.
open.
50,000 in lug 1.
Yeah, if it's 117,000, so it's 117,000 square feet in lug 2, is that correct?
Yep.
Little over 3, I think.
So it's an oversized lot.
7% ground cover.
Okay, board members, any other questions? Megan, maybe take that down so we can see if anybody.
I just had a quick comment, I think, in terms of my question about the, for the White Hart Lane. I know that's in a homeowners association, the maintenance of that lane. I just think whenever, and I don't know how it can be worked out, but I think whenever you're crossing a bike path and putting a new curb cut so close on a bike path, it would be nice if there were some way to consolidate traffic into a single entry point instead of, curb cut all the way along, what is a very well-used bike path. And I don't know if they're able to share, if they were able to, or even interested in looking at it, but somehow, pitching in towards a homeowners association, towards road repairs, which I think is what that covers for the most part. Perhaps with a separate construction entrance that's deleted later, but just something to think about in future if there's a way to reduce flow over the bike. That's my comment. Thank you,
Okay,
Judith.
all right. Seeing no other comments, are we ready for a motion?
Make a motion to endorse, improve the secondary dwelling per staff recommendation
With the conditions.
with the conditions.
Is there a second?
The 6 conditions.
I'll
Dave?
second, but can I ask Ben a question through you, Madam
Sure.
Chair, real quick? Ben, is it possible for the owners to maybe reach out to the people at White Hart Lane and see if that's something that's viable for you guys, or is it you guys kind of set in stone here?
For the curb cut?
Yes.
Yeah, we already have that curb cut approved through the DPW, and it's been being used for the past year as a construction point. The main house, the garage, the cabana, the pool are already built. So the new entertainment building and the second dwelling are phase 2.
Okay, great. I didn't know that we were that far along. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay, we have a motion by Nat, seconded by Dave. I'll do a roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
you. Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you very much,
Megan.
everybody.
Okay. Now, for members of the public, we're going on to a set of things called A&R plans, meaning not required. These are ones set out by statute. The criteria set out by statute, so we have very little discretion about approving or not approving these subdivisions. So we've got a couple we need to pull off here by Megan's notes. The 5 Bartlett Road in particular. Megan, the 12 Young's Way also.
Yeah, that's correct. There needs to be for 12 Young's Way to move forward, there needs to be a waiver of one of the covenant restrictions.
Okay, so, and then the
Why
first.
is why, Madam Chairman, why is 5 Bartlett coming off? It's the first I'm hearing it.
We have to do something.
You're going to do the other one
prior-
first, Megan? You're going to do the
Yes,
other one first?
right.
Yeah, you cannot approve the 5 Bartlett A&R until the special permit's been.
Right. Except that we have the 2-lot subdivision, which has to be approved under A&R.
That it's already been approved, Linda. It was approved in 2015.
Do you have to talk?
That's news to
Okay,
us.
folks, I'm gonna try to wrestle us back to one at a time speaking, if that's agreeable to everybody. So the idea here is we're pulling things off, which because of the sequence, other things have to happen first. So for purposes of our consent agenda, I ask if anybody wants to take off anything other than the ones I've identified, namely 14 Lowell Place, 12 Young's Way, and 5 Bartlett Road. And if not, is there a motion to approve?
Make that motion.
Nat moved and John seconded, I believe. Further discussion? Do a roll call. Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. We'll come back to the others subsequently. Megan, you'll keep us attentive to that, I'm sure. Okay, previous plans.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'll have to recuse from 7321 White Whale Lane subdivision. I think it's Form J.
Right. Thank you, John. Put your head down on the desk and close your eyes.
I'll mute.
Okay, are there, do we need to take these one at a time, or are we comfortable with having reviewed them, treat them as a consent agenda?
I just want to, I've got a question on 12 Young's Way, so however you want to handle it.
Let's take up everything before we get to Young's Way. And I'm going to hold out White Whale also, so you can vote on that without John subsequently. So I'm calling numbers 37, 23, 54, 46 Quitcham Valley Road, and Reliance Way. Is there a motion to approve those?
I would make a motion to approve those subject to any findings and conditions outlined in the staff report.
Thanks, Fritz. Is there a second? John seconded. All right, roll call. Fritz,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. And this one, John, you can vote on. John's muted. He didn't
Yes,
hear. Okay.
aye.
Okay, thank you. So let's now take the White Whale subdivision,
And I'll recuse.
and John's going to recuse. Is there a motion?
Make a motion for the release lot 9.
Second.
Second by Dave. Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. So now we're down to 12 Youngs Way. David A. Schultz and Sandra R. Schultz waive a covenant. This is something you have a question about, Fritz, or do you want Megan to do a sketch first?
I don't have to. I can just ask my question if you
Okay.
want to try to take it as fast as we can. That's up to you.
Go right ahead.
Okay. My only question is a point of clarification. There is the 1984 covenant restricting further subdivision. I just want to make sure that the waiver applies only to this particular division and would not apply, that's not a waiver of any subsequent divisions.
Yes, that's correct. And during that time in the 80s, now we include language that minor lot line adjustments won't need to come back to the board. That language wasn't included in decisions back then. So it's a necessary step, just a formal necessary step so that the A&R can be approved for the conveyance of the 8 square feet of this particular situation only.
Okay.
Are there further questions? Comments? Okay, is there a motion?
Make a
I'd make
motion to, go ahead.
Make
Go
a
ahead,
motion.
Fritz.
Go ahead. Okay. Make a motion to approve the, what do we got here?
12 Youngs Way.
Waiver of the covenant not to subdivide, provided that this waiver only applies to the waiver with respect to this 8 square feet.
Nat, you want a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call. Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. Okay.
And I'll make a motion to approve the A&R for
Thank
that,
you, Dan.
right, the PLSUB 2020. Well, that's a heck of a number to have. Oh, that's what the date is. Never mind. I'm looking for another number after it.
I think it's 2020-10-92.
It doesn't show it on the staff report, so that's why I said that.
Okay.
I got it.
We all know which one we're talking about. Is there a second?
Correct.
Second.
Fritz seconds, ready to vote by roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you.
I think that was John or somebody seconding, not me.
Okay, I think.
I didn't know if I beat you to it, Fritz.
Okay.
But yes.
Catherine, hope you got that okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving into the public hearing part of the meeting. And the first item is going to be 31 Fairgrounds for those who are particularly interested in that. Megan, could you just say a word about how people can connect in case they somehow are not familiar with that at this point?
Yes, so the link to register is posted in 2 different places. It should be under the live YouTube stream if you're watching on YouTube. Otherwise, you can access from the agenda. There's a link on the agenda through the town's website. that you can click on and register to participate as an attendee in the meeting. Once the chair calls for the public participation, you'll want to use the raise your hand function on the Zoom, and will allow you to talk in the order that you request by raising your hand once the public participation portion is open.
And I would remind everyone that we ask you to address me, and I'll help you carry forward any questions relevant to anybody else. We'd also ask that people speak once and not speak repeatedly, making the same points out of respect for each other and keep moving. So,
Madam
yes,
Chair,
yes.
just a quick point of order. Are we going to come back to the request to continue on the two items?
Oh, okay, sorry. No, why don't we do that first?
Okay.
You want to move those, Fritz?
Just a question first. On Atlantic, it says action deadline November the 15th. Is that going to be extended, or has it been extended?
It will be
Okay.
extended. I'm just waiting for the formal paperwork to come back from the attorney.
Okay. I'd make a motion to continue PLSP 2020-080066 and 070056.
Until November 23rd.
And yes, until November 23rd.
Okay, is
I'll
there a
second.
John seconds. Roll call. Fritz,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, so we're now on to PLSP 2020-06-52 and PL sub 2020-6-70 Coffin Family Nominee Trust, Shirley Louise Coffin Spencer, trustee, 31 Fairgrounds Road. Megan, would you like to just kind of tee this up? I'll say, just for the benefit of the public, if you haven't been at prior meetings, this is, I think, the fourth time we've taken this up, or at least the fourth time, I think. We've had public comment in the past already. We've gradually chipped away at different issues that have been raised. We have received additional correspondence from various folks that we've had distributed to us, even if it came in late, so that you need not worry that we've read and paid attention to what you may have said in a written format. And we asked the staff at the end of the last meeting to draft the beginning of a preliminary findings for us to consider at this meeting, but the public hearing is still open. So before we turn to further discussion of what the staff prepared, I would invite, I guess, the proponents to say anything you want to say, and then anybody else in the audience who'd like to comment. Art or Arthur?
I don't have anything further to present at this time, but would respond to any questions. Art, do you have anything?
No, I don't believe so. I'm happy to address questions. I think we've submitted all the information.
Thank you. Megan, did you want to say anything before we take comments from the public?
No.
Okay, so you're our guide here. Are there folks who'd like to speak with their hands raised?
Right.
We have first Val Oliver, followed by Jerry Vigil. So Val, I'll select yours first.
Hello, Miss Oliver.
Hi.
Thank you for your note that you sent earlier today. I know we've all read it and appreciate it.
I guess so that my comments would really be, pertaining to that. And ultimately for me, it really comes down to cars and parking. This area has not paid very close attention. Unfortunately, who knew it was going to evolve the way it did, but to parking and realistic parking. And I think, as I pointed out, most of the houses in the area are now rentals, and rentals are being snapped up by people that need more than one person in a room to pay rent. So I would just ask that the parking in this case be reevaluated. Stacked parking doesn't work. It doesn't work at my house. It doesn't work at my neighbor's house. And it's certainly not going to work with this many spaces. You're not going to knock on your neighbor's door to back out in the morning. And I think that should really be readdressed. And my other concern is, and I know I sound like a broken record, but people have stuff and there just is nowhere to put stuff that I see in this area. There's no personal space for each person. And I don't think a small storage locker in the basement is sufficient. So I would like to see some sort of adjustment made for that. And again, I guess I would just ask that you consider the surrounding area and those of us who are here and contend with these issues on a daily basis. For right now, that's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Reed or Mr. Gasparo, would you like to comment? I guess there were 2 points there. One is the status of parking and stacked parking, and the second had to do with storage.
Well, I think that the parking that's provided is more than adequate. We're certainly complying with the number of parking spaces that would be required or more. Bear in mind that whatever development would take place in this property could be done more intensively in terms of the effect that it would have upon the property, with no limitation on the number of bedrooms. And we've made a specific proposal as to the number of bedrooms. We think that the parking will in fact prove to be adequate. And we also think that the arrangements for storage for all of the rental units in the basement will in fact be adequate. And some people may need more storage, but we have storage facilities on the island too. I think it should prove to be adequate.
Thank you. Megan, I think you said Mr. Vigil was next with his hand up.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Vigil.
Hello, good afternoon. Along with Val Oliver, I have concerns over parking, and I have concerns over public safety and handicap access. There's absolutely no provision for a tenant to leave their car and go to their unit carefully. There's inadequate sidewalks. And as far as public safety goes, there still is a deep concern for fires in emergency vehicles to get into the complex. The other concern I have is there's no buffer. There was mention that buffer would be of trees and fences would be provided for the abutters, but nothing has really been put in writing. There's also been statements that there has been a communication with the butters from the developer, and that's not true. It's never happened.
Mr. Vigil, I'm going to just interrupt and say you also have counsel associated, I believe. So I try to keep decorum here, and that means people not calling each other names, if you don't mind.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so pretty much everything I outlined in the letter that I sent on August 14th still stands. most of the issues haven't been attended to in a proper way. That's pretty much what I have to say. I mean, I don't think we've moved much forward from that point on till now also. I believe that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan, I would just ask if you don't mind, or this may be for Art, but I believe in our packet there was information from the fire department. Could, just so everybody's familiar with that.
Sure, Madam Chair. Be happy to respond to
Yes.
all of Mr. Vigil's comments. And certainly we have provided the fire department and consulted with them throughout this project, and believe they are satisfied. We have done the independent turning analysis through Bristol Traffic Consulting, and made some modifications based on Mr. Pesci's review, so that the fire truck would be able to to exit and be able to, and that's actually a ladder truck that we've made sure can get through this development. We've provided the fire hydrants as well, and we're happy to do whatever the fire department requested, and we have provided that. We fully expect and want to have a safe development as much as anybody. In terms of the storage, just to expand on Mr. Reed's comments, there are going to be essentially locker cage type storage facilities, if you will, in all of the basements. So there will be managed, that will be associated with each and every unit. We agree it's important for people to have space for their stuff. But along with that, it's also going to be not allowed to have materials stored all around the property. So the storage will be in a managed fashion within the areas provided in the basement, and these basements will essentially be divvied up with mechanical areas and all storage. In terms of the vegetation and the buffer, I would like to draw your attention to the landscape and layout plan that was provided. And to say that we didn't put this in writing is sort of hard to believe. I mean, I specifically added a note, quote, supplement existing vegetation to provide dense buffer. And we move further away from the property lines. It's fully committed in the plans and all the materials and all the presentations that that there will be a vegetated buffer, especially along that backside where we've moved from our original proposal further away to try to accommodate that. So, and as far as ADA and sidewalks, again, the project's going to have to obtain building permits and meet all required building codes associated with it. And in doing so, that will include whatever ADA access is required. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan, got others people?
Yep, we have Stephen Welch with his hand raised to speak. He's recused as planning board member alternate in this particular public hearing, but I believe he wants to speak as citizen.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. We will take note of that for the minutes.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so just to clarify, previously identified myself as not activated or sitting on the application also. Clearly housing is an important community need, and this will be moving forward. I'd like to ask for the planning board for a few considerations to the benefit of the occupants in the neighboring single-family homes. With respect to the buffer along the rear of the property, the town's engineer in a correspondence had suggested in direct response to the note that Art just mentioned, that an actual planting plan would be provided. I would like to suggest that happen through staff to include, I would ask you to consider along the northeast, the north, and the northwest border, that would include some type of a berm dirt is cheaper than plant material, and it's effective in a variety of ways. Maybe a berm of between 24 and 36 inches tall with red cedars, 8 to 9 foot red cedars planted on a regular but more on a naturalized look basis. Perhaps some irrigation to get that started. Totally not uncommon. I know the 40B over at Beach Plum Village that just won an award, the Jack Kemp Award for workforce and affordable housing, required this as a stipulation, and having some direct involvement over there. I know it's been incredibly successful to have that type of a buffer. The other thing I would ask that you consider and ask for is to provide an open space restriction that would require any use of amplified music would be, if any, would be through an established approval permit process. I'm not suggesting that they come back through and have to get a special permit adjustment for that. But I did speak with our planning director about that, and there are some, there's a process where they could get an approval for amplified music on a case-by-case basis. And I think that that would be appropriate. I would ask you to include that and certainly to consider it. And lastly, as at 4FG, would ask that you would provide that there would be no construction on Sundays. That would be, I think, a good thing for the community too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Megan, who's next?
Val and Jerry both have hands raised again, so I'm not sure if you want to proceed with that.
Folks, I really have asked that we do this once, and if you have something new to say, I'll allow you to come back after we've heard from anybody else. But I think you both know, because you both have been in other board meetings and things like that, you can have meetings go on at incredible length if you have people repeating. So if you're going to ask to speak again, I'd just flag for you that if you end up repeating, I'm going to intercede and ask you if there's something new you want to add. But before we get to you, if there's anybody else who'd like to speak who's not yet expressed interest, I'll come to the board itself in a couple of minutes. Campbell, I'm just trying to be sure the public gets their chance here.
No one else, just those two.
Okay, Val?
Hi, it's two things that were not relayed by anybody else who spoke, and I had forgotten to ask about it. One is this an affordable housing project for year-round residents? Is my first question. And my second is, will there be some sort of on-site manager or group that will make sure that, you know, rules and regulations are followed in terms of whatever rules and regulations housing people put in? But it seems like if there's a place, there should be a place for neighbors and anybody who has a concern to talk to somebody who is going to actually manage and oversee it and make sure that certain things don't happen or get out of control.
Okay, so that was a, oh, sorry.
I'm trying to fight my telephone to get it shut off so that
Well, Arthur, I was
it
trying
won't
to
be in the
fight
background.
mine.
I got it.
Sorry.
Okay.
Those two questions, one had to do with whether there'd be on-site assistance available, and the other having to do with, I guess, eligibility to purchase and whether that is tied in some way to affordability.
The application that we've filed is not under any provision of the bylaw that relates specifically to affordable housing. It's a type of subdivision. It's not one of the types that specifically requires a percentage of affordable housing as that's defined. That having been said, the intention of this project is to provide housing for year-round people. And we would expect that the project will wind up being, as a practical matter, affordable in that context, but we're not applying, this is not a 40B project, nor is it a workforce housing project or something like that under the specific provisions of the bylaw. But once again, the objective here is to provide housing that will serve a community need. As far as management is concerned, we've actually drafted a proposed management document that I think the board has that would cover quite extensively the fact that we want the property to be properly managed. And we will, I'm not sure exactly what the mechanism is going to be, but there will definitely be people in charge of the community of making sure that order is maintained and that there are no offensive uses, no exterior storage or sprawl, and generally that the project will be done in a way that will be a credit to the community. That all would be required, I would expect, by the planning board decision, the submission of and approval by the board of a specific document for the management of the community.
Thank you. Megan, I think we have Mr. Vigil. Mr. Vigil, same thing as I said to Ms. Oliver, is if it's something new, this is the chance, but not to just rehash what's been said before. And I'm not going to keep going through multiple rounds where people come back and ask to be recognized to say yet the same thing again, not out of any disrespect for you, but out of respect for everybody who's watching this, the fact that we have additional substantial items to get to later tonight. So with that, you're welcome. What would you like to say?
I see that you're unmuted. Oh, hold on. He's doing from another one. Let's see. Hold on.
Okay, I just wanted to thank the board for their efforts in this development and for them to consider downsizing development. As we all know, we do need housing, and we just want it to be reasonable housing. And I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Megan?
No.
Okay, let's go through comments or questions from the board, and then I think you probably want to have one round of our own discussion before we decide whether it's time to close the hearing. Campbell, your hand was up.
Yeah, I just had a couple of things. One, when I was going over some portion of the management or homeowner or outline of structures under number 4, it seemed to me the ownership association should also include maintenance of structures as well as the infrastructure maintenance.
Megan, I'm sorry, Campbell, you're speaking about the draft order, is that right? That is right? Okay. I just wanted to be sure I was looking at the right thing.
Do you want me to pull that up on the screen, Judith?
Not till everybody's spoken. That's why I just was looking for kind of broad thoughts, and then we'll go back line by line through the draft.
Okay.
But Megan, I'm sorry, Campbell, you were saying you were.
Would you
wanted
rather
to be aware about maintenance of buildings? Was that the point?
Right. Right, because like, just for instance, across from the high school, the 4 small homes that were put in there, it has not been that long that they're in there, and they already have small trees growing out of the gutters. And that is, that's a future problem. Like winter comes, the water freezes, the gutter falls. So I just think that kind of maintenance on the structures helps the structures to last in good condition for longer periods of time. And sometimes that's left as an afterthought. And the other thing is, I'd just like to address the exterior lighting and any stairwell lighting that might shine to the outside. If it could be dark sky compliant, that would be great. Like exterior lights could maybe be on sensors so that they're not just shining all night. And hall lights, either, maybe you have a curtain or maybe you have a frosted bulb or something. I'm just going by what's across the street from me, and there's it's shining 24/7 directly into the house blindingly. So I think that that's just one of those things that you don't think about unless it's coming into your own house, but just to sort of try and keep the light umbrella contained to the building that's involved and not the properties around it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go round the circle here. I see I'm going to go clockwise. So John Trudell, you're right under Campbell at my display. So up to you to bring wisdom here.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. We've discussed this a few meetings now, and to be redundant, parking is a big issue. Not only have I brought it up, stacked parking is a major concern for me, but the neighbors obviously have a concern. This particular development, I know it will address a need. It will address affordability because of what it's going to be, not necessarily by whose standards is going to make it affordable. It's going to be supply and demand and how desperate the community is to get housing. That being said, we addressed everything: management plan, landscaping plan, lighting plan, buffer for landscaping, obviously parking, fire safety, etc. We've addressed that all. And I'm really kind of embarrassed to say this, but on page 27 is a very sensationalized build out of what this particular property could be. 7 lots, all with a build out of a primary, a secondary, a tertiary, and a pool thrown in there, with the required parking for that. Each of them on an average show about 5 parking spaces. Times 7, that's 35. You're looking at about 23 parking spaces less than what's proposed right now. Would it meet that demand for affordability? I think when you look at it, maybe it will, maybe it won't. Maybe somebody building out that much on a 10,000 square foot parcel probably wouldn't be, renting out their tertiary building so that it's right in front of the pool to allow their tenants to use the pool. I think, if anything, by building this with that sensationalized drawing, you're probably creating less traffic, less, affordable housing, but the neighbors might appreciate it because, it's the opposite effect. Great, if you want to put these really expensive homes with a full build out, we're going to get less people there. We're going to get less traffic. We're going to really have less noise. I don't know. The parking really bothers me. And when I look at right next door for the fairgrounds, a nice commercial building with a business, I just roughly count about 60 parking places. So I'm almost looking at the fairgrounds at a full capacity right here next in a residential kind of feel of a neighborhood. So
John, could you say the page reference again? Because
I believe it was 27. It shows a color graphic. Is that correct?
Yes, yep.
Yeah. So I'm just torn. I really am pro affordable housing, but there are no restrictions for this. It doesn't demand, or nobody's demanding that we make this affordable. We're just assuming that it will be affordable because that's how it's going to be built. And I'm sure to a degree it's going to be capped out because of what it is. I'm sorry, I just do not like that parking. I know it might meet all the requirements, but I know there's going to be issues. There's going to be blocking in. There's not going to be, it's a big runway. It's almost like a movie theater, looking over a drive-in, where it's all looking at a screen. It's a half circle with stacked parking. Each car is going to be right up against each other. There's no space between it. There's no walkway between it. I don't like the plan, and I just think that it's going to present some major problems later.
Fritz?
That's enough.
Yes, I just basically have one main concern. I had talked to Megan and addressed it in an email to her, and she, or I see some modifications were made, but I'll just generally address it so the board has heard it as well, because it relates to what I believe the parties will, the owner will be coming back to, applicant will be coming back to us with in terms of supplemental agreements sometime in the future. And so for my part, I just want to make sure that the parties who are responsible for the maintenance and management of this project are clearly identifiable at all times, and that the dollars that are necessary to maintain the project, whether that be storm drains or road paving, maintenance, whatever, is going to be adequate. We have anecdotally seen or heard about situations in the past where storm drainage systems were put in and then never managed or maintained, and to the detriment of the property. So I just want to make sure that I'm going to make sure that as the other agreements come forward, those things are specifically identified. And let me just give you an idea. And this really relates to paragraphs 3, 4, and 5 of the conditions that are set forth in the draft agreement. So it provides for various documents, including road maintenance and endowment agreement, stormwater operation and management plan, open space management, utility draining, on and on. And it says that these will be presented prior to the time we release any building lots. I am going to want to make sure that everything is covered in those agreements. So for instance, in much the same way as if you were filing condominium documents, you would have to show a budget or proposed budget for what the condominium fee would be. I would want to see a proposed budget based for what these variance maintenance costs are going to be. And then furthermore, Section 4 provides for an initial endowment of $100 or $1,000 per unit. I would want to also make sure that on an ongoing basis, there is an obligation to provide additional or supplemental funding on presumably at least an annual basis, presumably some percentage of the annual operating costs as they go forward. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that it's my assumption that based upon the way this is drafted, that we don't have to go into all of those specific issues right now, but they are something which could and should be covered as the applicant comes forward with those supplemental agreements, and I will be bringing in those issues up again. The last item is simply, I want to make sure that there is a strong successor clause in this development, so that it may very well be, as a matter of law, any successor in interest, whether those be individual owners of units or of the entire property if it's a rental unit. But it would go more than just simply from my standpoint, it would be more than just simply what are the permits that have been granted in the documents, which I presume that anything we're approving would be subject to a subsequent owner. But I would also want to see that, to the extent that we have gone, if there's any question about it, to the extent that we have gone to the effort of making sure that road maintenance agreements, endowment agreements, operation and management plans are what we want, I would want to make sure that any successor in interest would be obligated to assume the obligations under those specific agreements, so that they can't simply come forward and say, we're changing those agreements or we're not going to abide by them. And maybe that's overkill, maybe it isn't, but it's simply one of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. David Callahan.
My basic concern is I think it's too dense for the area, and I'm really not in favor of the parking plan at all. I don't think the tandem parking works at all for these people. I actually think what I'll call their scare plan with the total build out with primary, secondary, and tertiary dwellings with pools would never happen. And here's a question I could ask staff, because I don't know the answer, but Vallorie Oliver brought up in her letter that on a flagged development like this, we usually can eliminate some of those. Right? That would be an A&R plan, I realize, but it would, I don't believe those things would ever be built, as John said. So I don't like the parking, and I think if they had made it a little less dense, it would have been a better development.
Thank you. Nat.
Wow. There's a lot to comment on here now. This is, first of all, let me just bring up a couple of quick things here and then get back to some of the comments that have been made. Is each stack space being assigned to each unit? Is that the plan, Arthur? Is that your question, or is that Art's question?
I believe that's correct. Art, could you comment on that?
I don't know that it would be both stacked spots would be assigned, per unit, exactly how that would be managed.
Yeah, I mean, like it was your own house. Like Val is, she's not totally wrong when you can't knock on your neighbor's door to move their car.
Right.
Well, and I have that problem in my own driveway, let alone setting it up like this. But I would assume that would be the plan if so. So the next thing I have is, and Leslie will have to scroll back into her mind, but she might remember this. Wright's Landing. Remember Wright's Landing when people couldn't build a shed? We had to lift the restriction. If this is approved, can they build out like sheds, like, those plastic things that they have now? They're actually pretty nice. They even have like a fake roof now, looks like shingles. Can they do stuff like that? I mean, we're not going to have restrictions where they can't do anything outside that's, a structure like a shed type structure. Leslie, do you know?
Well, I think typically you would include a condition that says they have to substantially follow the site plan that you approve and endorse. So if you want to make allowances for other things to happen in the future without them coming back, you should put that.
Yeah, like, I mean, trash bins, I mean, that stuff has to happen. I mean, it will eventually by just natural progression. Well, that'll happen. So I remember Wright's Landing, that was about what, 5 or 6 years ago that happened, might have been longer, that all of a sudden I was laughing about it, remember? And so they couldn't build a shed. I mean, it's kind of weird, but that was what happened. So the other thing is the sidewalk to the trotters. Did we ever decide on any of that? I think we discussed because there's going to be some type of a multi-use path coming from the other direction at some point is part of the town's capital plan. I know that that's, definitely going to happen at some point. But as far as this, we got the bus stop. Are we going to construct a sidewalk at least towards Luke Tedeschi's direction, towards Trotters? Is that the plan, Art?
Yes.
Okay.
Be in the layout of Fairgrounds Road.
Correct. And there's plenty of room in the layout, as I recall.
Yes.
I can't remember what it is, but okay. So, this, some of the comments that were made, I understand that. And so I'll just sort of roll into sort of Nantucket Nat's way of looking at sort of the Hooper Farm area. This area, all the land is basically owned by locals. And it's kind of interesting. I mean, it sort of stayed that way by itself. It's in R10 since 1978. And what you see being built, the little pods of construction are always sort of one little project at a time. One house, one lot, maybe two, and that's it. So it happens so slowly that you don't really think about all the different effects, whether there's enough parking in one person's place or whether there's, they were ever thinking about the neighbor's lot and what they were going to do, that kind of thing. But when you have, this is our first large project in Hooper Farm block, other than the Tony Marks lot. Okay, this is obviously a lot bigger than that, but it's the only other one that I can think of that's close to it. And that was done in a somewhat of a traditional manner. It's a little at a time. So when you look at this big, huge piece of land, you kind of, say, oh my God, look at how many houses can be built. So I don't think that the R10 plan is a scare plan. Yeah, I understand what you're saying about the pools, but in today's building, no one's going to build one house and then build another one later. They're going to build the whole thing, or they're not going to build anything. That's just how it works. This isn't 1975. You don't just build, your buddies come by on the weekends and help you build a house. That isn't how it works anymore. It used to be, but not today. So, I like this plan as far as the road coming in one way. I do like that. I wish that, I wish that there was space for angle parking. I brought that up at the last meeting. Obviously, there's a reason that they haven't done that, so I'm not sure exactly what that is, but on both sides of the sort of the entrance, having angled on each side so that the vehicles can park easy, back out easy, and it doesn't have to become, knocking on your neighbor's door, or leaving your keys in your car for your neighbors to move your own car. So the other thing, I wanted to bring up, and this is sort of just a sort of a reference to 20 years ago when Kitty's got built in the wrong place, and instead of being in the front, and all the arguing about parking, and the neighbors didn't want them using their spaces, and that's what the neighbors do now. They lease the space to them to use at night. Eventually things do get worked out over time. John's point about next door at Fairgrounds, when this was first presented, I thought about, wow, wouldn't that be cool to have some sort of a connector there or some sort of spillover parking over there if there was an arrangement that could have been made with Bill Pooter. I'm not sure if that was ever discussed or it could work, but there's a possibility that something like that could happen. I don't want to see a full build out subdivision in here. But that's the alternative. And as planning board members, it's not an easy thing to just say, well, we'd rather see a subdivision with X number of houses by right. So when you look at something like this, it seems better because there's less bedrooms, there's less ground cover, a lot of open space in the front, that Wiggles, I'm sure, would have appreciated if he were here today. But unfortunately, there's always negativity buried into every project. So, that's my comment for now. We'll see what everyone else has to say, but if there's a need to continue the project, we certainly can do that.
Thanks, Nat. Dave Iverson.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone's concerns. I think a lot of them are well-founded. I have a hard time imagining that that it is going to be a better development if let go at R10 and conventionally developed. And I agree that the plan given to us might be a little aggressive, but if you just drive around that neighborhood, go down Trotter's Lane, you can see what people are doing, and they're not leaving a lot of space that's unbuilt on their lots. So with that said, I prefer this plan to a full build out, even though the full build out in acknowledgement is less than probably what they showed on their plan. I think the parking is a problem. If there's a way that you guys could figure out how to if you're gonna have stacked parking by units only, and not force people to stack parking with their neighbor. And that's really how, through you, Madam Chair, how much was added onto the buffer in the back? Does someone have a number for that, Art, maybe?
It's 15 feet wide in the back.
And originally it was 5?
Yes.
Okay. And then any leeway on finding someone to hold the restriction? Does anyone know that?
I believe progress has been, I know that progress has been made on that point, but I can't make a specific commitment at this time.
All right. I mean, that's it for me for now. Thank you.
I'll offer my thoughts, not as chair, but just personally. I think based on what's been said, I'm probably closest to Dave Iverson's comments. I think that I believe that flex developments are beneficial because they preserve ground unperturbed. I understand there's issues about parking here. I have to say there's been some effort to deal with that, but I'd like to ask or think that perhaps the folks working on this could take one more shot at thinking about whether there's some other alternative way of dealing with that. I know it's frustrating for the proponents because you're already exceeding what the zoning bylaws require. So it seems as though you're doing your part, and that's plenty good enough, or that parking concerns may be kind of a stalking horse for other kinds of concerns that aren't being articulated as clearly. I understand enough of the market, not as much as those of us, the group here who are realtors, the tendency to develop things in kind of estate lots, estate building, as opposed to something that's more user-friendly for lay people, whether that's not technical affordable housing, but that's like real people housing in my mind. So I appreciate that combination of trying to have something that would be viable for people who are not just here as investors or here for summer events, things of that sort, because I really think we're killing ourselves as a community by not having reasonable standard housing available for people like teachers and firefighters and just regular people. And I think this proposal is closer to moving in that direction than many others that I've seen. I had hoped we'd be closer than we are now. I don't know how to read some of the comments about parking as to whether, I don't want to put you on the spot, John, but just trying to understand whether you're saying you can't imagine this should be developed at all, no matter what they do about parking. That isn't what I heard you say. I heard you suggest.
Not at all, Madam Chair.
There might be
I've always been pro affordable housing.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, this is just parking is the major concern. They've done a great job to address a lot of other issues. I just know sometimes you get it in your gut. Sometimes you've seen it. You see the history of it, and I don't want to mention a particular development that we approved, but it had the required parking, and all of a sudden it doubled. People are spilling out onto a major road. A 2-bedroom all of a sudden gets 4 people in the 2-bedroom, and all 4 people have cars. And then if they're not parked in the neighborhood, they're parking on an abutting street. Maybe Trotters gets the overflow. It's going to, I think the condensed development here, it's a burden on the area with the approval of Tacoma Green now, with down the street, with the spillover from Old South, with the amount of people that are expected to go in this neighborhood. Although, again, I don't want to. I'm all for flex. I'm all for the open space that's preserved, but as Nat said, I would have loved to have seen angle parking here to make it a little bit easier. Stack parking is going to create a nightmare. And especially just, hearing from Art, it does not look like there's assigned parking. So if you're parked in front and somebody else is parked behind you and you don't have that assigned space, you don't even know what unit or building or room to go to ask the neighbor to move that is blocking you in. And that could be from going to a meeting, going to work, going to a kid's function. I just think it's not addressed properly. And my major concern is the parking.
Well, here's 2 observations. One is, I think we've got a chronic parking problem, and that to my mind means maybe we should be talking about that in terms of a town meeting bylaw revision, because it seems to me if we have certain rules, but we really expect some people to have double the parking that's actually written down, that isn't setting clear expectations that would be advisable. So I would just say, let's keep that in the back of our mind, or think about whether that's something to be addressed as well. I think you're offering a good challenge to the proponents to see if they can come up with some better thoughts on what else they can do. I don't know whether, for example, there's other ways to proceed with angled parking, or to further modify any other aspect of the plan and still have it be viable. But my sense is we could either try to go through the draft staff recommendations tonight and see what other issues there may be, or we could hold it over for another month and see if there's further developments in terms of the parking issues. It seems that whatever might be done on parking may affect other aspects of things. So it seems like it'd be better to try one more shot at that before getting into the fine grain provisions. But I don't know what others would say about that. Fritz, did you want to, somebody was starting to say something. Fritz?
Madam Chair, that was Billy Cassidy.
Oh, Billy.
May I don't want to cut anybody off, and this is probably against advice of counsel, but I really feel that I must address several issues that have been brought up, most notably the parking. May I?
Yes, I'm treating you here as part of the proponent team, not as part of the hearing. Otherwise, next time, if you jump in sooner, it'll help us.
I don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize or put anybody in a position.
No, you're not. Go right ahead if you don't mind.
So, first of all, I would like to say that with the exception of one of the abutters, I agree with everything. And the same concerns that have been raised are my concerns. Most notably, the parking, as well as the future appearance and the future management of this property. It is critically important to me, and I know to the Coffin family that I'm fairly certain that Didi is on this call as well. But it's important, the legacy of this property and what it does and how it affects people. To the parking specifically, in the document that you do not have because it is not a necessary component for the approval of this, but will become, I believe, a part of the approval. There's a community association set of rules that in fact do mandate the parking that is indicated as stacked is per unit. So a concern, pardon me, the way the parking is laid out right now, if you're parked behind somebody, it will be your son or your daughter that you're blocking in. It will be a member of your household. I believe we have offered 15 to 16 more parking spaces than is mandated by the bylaw. So there will be several visitor spots, clearly labeled and marked visitor spots, that will be interrupting the others, the managed parking. Further, the parking is going to be distributed on a bedroom count per unit. And I think if you look at that layout, you'll understand how this can work on an individual basis. Mr. Welch's comments, first of all, I think they're very thoughtful, and of course we will adopt those. Those simply seem to be, it's a great idea. I'm going to stop because I feel like I'm losing track. I get so upset about this parking thing. Yes.
Well, let me just ask, it sounds, Mr. Cassidy, as though there may be more caucusing you and your team might want to do. And I think you see from what's been said so far, there's some division within the board about how to proceed. So it seems as though we're not really ready to fish or cut bait tonight. It would be better to hold this off for another month and return to it. Arthur and Art, would you agree with that?
Madam Chair, if I may, respect to the parking, I have spent many hours to maximize the parking while not further compromising or reducing the open space. My initial vision was exactly as you described, sort of this, I don't want to say grand, but you come around and you have angle parking on both sides and you back out and it makes a one-way work really well. I can't get nearly enough or as many parking spaces if I hold that layout. Because what happens is as you come around the curve, at some point that angle has to change. And it's too tight of a curve for that. I mean, I spent on AutoCAD offsetting lines, trying to make it work. And what I can tell you is that the layout that's in front of you is maximized for you maintaining sort of that one-way kind of a flow with the radiuses that we have and making sure that I have the clearances between the aisle width for the fire truck and the backing out that has to happen. So I think that, and what we tried to do was get the additional parking, not just meet the minimum. So by having the stacked and understanding that it will be an overall managed type of a facility, it's not going to do anybody any good to have to be blocked in and have no idea who's blocking them in. That's just a mismanagement situation, which is not at all what's envisioned and committed to for this property. I don't feel that if you task me to go back and try to change this to increase the parking, that I really can meaningfully do so without making, reducing into the open space. And in that case, I think what you get back to is more of your traditional rectangular type of big block parking lots, and not having a nice open space that's out in front of this property. So we like to think that we've struck a nice balance here between almost an acre of green, regularly sized field open space that can be used by residents, and provided excess parking. And I think that the management plan that the decision will require will go a long way towards how this would be managed and actually operate and function. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may add to that, with regard to some of the other comments that were made by the board members, the park, first of all, it's obvious that the parking has to be, the stacked parking has to be assigned per unit. And I think that is the way, as Art indicated, that we get the maximum parking on the site while enabling this to be a flex development with the open space. I don't think there's much we can do as far as that's concerned. We certainly can deal with any other issues that you want to. As far as the lighting, which Campbell mentioned, I think that we're providing for dark skies lighting plan, and we agree that we should minimize the lighting impact to the greatest extent possible while maintaining safety. Fritz McClure's comments about the ongoing maintenance and the arrangements that are made in that regard being binding upon future owners are obviously spot on. No question about that. They will in any event be binding upon the association. And if this winds up being, as we expect it to be, a rental project, the association will be a one owner association who will have the same obligations in dealing with the planning board. And that would be the case in the event that there were a change in ownership later on in terms of compliance with the planning board's requirements that would be contained in the decision here. That definitely will be the case. I think that covers the points that I wanted to raise. I think we would like to get the hearing finished. On the other hand, if you feel that it would be more productive to have it go over to another meeting, I leave that up to you.
Thank you. Fritz?
Just two comments. First, just to point it out, the draft, paragraph 10 of the draft decision, I'm not sure whether staff drafted it or I presume, I guess, but paragraph 10 does provide that each unit will be designated specific parking spaces.
Right.
So that is in the decision in some general way. The second thing is just to address Art for a moment. And Art, I'm a lawyer, not an engineer, and I would not presume to tell you how to design a parking space. But let me just ask what may be a naive question. As you were talking about trying to get some more spaces in there, and you said as you have diagonal parking, as you come around, you on some of the radiuses, you don't have enough room, and I presume that means for fire trucks and things like that to make the turn. If that's what you're talking about, would it be possible where those radii become so tight to have what I'll call a bump out on the left side of the road as you're going down around the circle, which would simply be a turnoff area with a few more diagonal parking spaces? Now, I don't know how many spaces we're talking about having to pick up. That would certainly encroach to some extent on the open space, but it seems to me that might be on the fringe, on the corners, if you want to call it that. I'm just throwing it out there. You don't have to respond or whatever, but it just kind of occurred to me.
I'd be happy to, Madam Chair, if I could.
Before you do, I'm going to request Andrew or Leslie or Megan to comment about the flex development requirements and whether taking any more of what now is green space would adversely affect eligibility for that kind of treatment overall. And then Art, we'll go back to you.
So the applicant has to meet the minimum green space requirements. I don't have their plan right in front of me because it's a lot to juggle with all the computers. So they wouldn't be able to go below the minimum. So parking couldn't encroach to a point that it reduces the open space below the minimum threshold.
And Leslie, as the buffer in the back has been adjusted, so more green space is allowed in that vicinity, does that affect how much has to be in the front area?
It's a total percentage.
Total percentage.
However they distribute it throughout the lot.
I think it's 40%, Judith.
It's
Pardon me,
40%.
Campbell?
I believe it's 40%.
Right, I'm just asking.
It does take into consideration.
I'm trying to create some space for our kind of think through any other dimensions here. Let me go to Art now. Campbell, Art.
Madam Chair, yes, thank
Art.
you. Those calculations are shown on the definitive plan. I'm trying to find the exact page number in your packet to help you. But I included on the definitive plan, it is page, oh, that's my August plan. Sorry, we have multiple plan sets here. In your packet, it is page 143. And on the left side, I do the calculation and enlist a note that shows the open space required and the open space provided. And we have included that back buffer as part of that open space. So that was what we did by shift. That was how we were able to shift sort of down into our original proposal, had maintained essentially all the open space as the one contiguous parcel in the front. And based on the input we received at the first hearing, that was the shift that we, part of the shift that we made, and included that as part of the open space. But I did want you to know that as Ms. Snell has mentioned, that in order to, we would have to essentially encroach into that and reduce that in order to, create more space to provide for the additional parking. But, I think by showing you the exact numbers on the plan, you can see that we've really worked this to get this all as sort of as close as we can and maximize, meet the requirements as well as maximize that parking area. That's the challenge. I could make more parking or we could, you could have more parking if you had less open space. But I think the point of the flex development is trying to have that balance and meet that requirement. If I may, just to address the few points while I'm addressing the board, Madam Chair, for the comments that have been made, I'd be happy to.
Yes.
So I certainly appreciate the thought and input with respect to the angled parking, and our original sort of on the left, as you say, our original proposals kind of had that. That was where we had the bigger loading zones. And again, and as we shifted things to create a larger buffer zone, we reduced that a bit and shifted the loading zone around. I'd ask you to think in terms of angled parking as if you were actually driving a car and coming around a horseshoe.
Yes.
And how do you pull into your left and park on the left as you come around that horseshoe? You hit a point where it doesn't really work anymore.
Full wheel steering.
And that's the hard part. I thought about what if we turn them then some of the next ones into back end spaces. And I said, I don't think we really want to go there, right? Like where we would have to try to say, oh, these have to be, reverse. But that's that inside of that curve to have, almost a main street type of an arrangement, except on a horseshoe. That would be huge to be able to, when I say huge, I mean, geometrically very, very large to be able to make that work. But I do want you to know that I tried, quite hard to do something like that. And then in terms of some parallel spaces, I was thinking about as you kind of came around, and maybe that could work. And again, that's what sort of led into that. Well, that seems like a good spot to pull over for your loading zone. And you'll notice that that's actually, what we've maintained on that side. So we'll get back to, well, we can meet the minimum and we can provide the extra with the stacked. But I want you to know that it has been, really worked on and worked through with the constraints of the site and the open space requirements. I had one other comment that in hearing all of the concerns that I think would be very helpful, and that would be a restrict and address the concerns about people start overflow parking, is a restriction in the decision against off-site parking by the residents. Now, I know that we've had this discussion as part of other applications, and there's been some concern of enforceability of that. However, as you start to talk about having requirements in the bylaw that don't always meet the ultimate demand, that gives, good planning and an option that, people in the neighborhood will know when someone starts parking in front of their house and walking over to this other development, and it's happening like for 6 months, and they said, oh, well, they just moved in. So they would be able to call the board, call for the plus department and say, look, this person's living over there, and here's a series of proof. You don't have to do all of that. And I think a restriction like that could go a long way, I would hope, towards meeting your concern that essentially that there'll be all this, and the neighbors, that this is going to create problems for the neighborhood, because it's certainly not the intention in my discussion with the applicant. Thank you.
Through you, Madam
Campbell.
Chair. Oh, sorry.
I got Campbell lined up, John. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Campbell.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to obviously comment on the parking again. I think we all have concerns with the stacked section of parking. I'm not sure that we're actually talking about adding more parking versus reducing stacked parking. So a couple of things. One, the loading zones that were mentioned, is it possible to have those have time frames so that when those aren't, outside of the loading zone hours, maybe they could be used for visitor parking as a thought? Also, I think that if one were to, that's what I hear from people, is more the management of those stacked parking spots. And it would seem like maybe this should be addressed through the lease, the rental lease on the apartment, that they are given, so many parking spaces, and they agree to using no more than some amount, and that is managed by the manager of the property. And maybe that's a failure we have going on in all these other areas where stacked parking has been encouraged because it's allowed, and yet we all know that people are parking along the side of the road. Of course, my example is my Comet Road, but that maybe through these rental agreements, we could address the parking. And I think that Billy's comment about having managed stacked parking, maybe if that were written or presented, I know it's not something that has to be given as part of this, but it might help clear up some of the questions that people have around how that's going to function. The other thing I wanted to comment on had to do with density. And I just wanted to say that the director of the sewer department, Mr. Gray, had planned for 37 bedrooms on this lot. So the 38 bedrooms on the lot is really only one more than the sewer department was expecting. So I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you for your time.
John.
Yeah, just a comment on Art's comment as far as the putting the provision in for parking with the neighbors. It's a good intention, or it's well intended to meet a concern, but I think it would really be too late. The neighborhood will already be established, and it would be hard to enforce. We're having the same problem just with Macy Lane, given any day, not just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, pick a day. I played paddle tennis at the end of the road there, and every time, not once, twice, every time trying to go down there are cars parked on both sides, all hours, and it really is, a maze to get through it. And that has been established. There are restrictions not to park on the street. It still happens, and I just don't. I think we're looking at something that would duplicate that. And I know we keep on harping on parking, and it seems like a shame that most everyone is in favor of this. Developers have done a great job to address almost all the conditions. Just the parking, it just seems like an issue. And if it's an issue and it's still an issue, it will be an issue later on. And I have to think there's got to be another solution here, and maybe some angled parking where the trees are on the exit area. I know we're looking at a fine balance between open space and how much we take away from the open space, and we're so tight on all aspects of it. It might tell you also something about the size of the development. Maybe we're one building too many, and if we're going to be maxed out and that crowded for every square foot, maybe that's not a good thing, because you're going to have more than what's maximum there. And the neighbors are going to get an overflow. And if it's not the neighbors and there's a restriction, then you're going to be jammed on the site. So if it's going to create a problem on the site where fire trucks can't get through, we're realizing that. I think deep down everyone knows that, and we're trying to hide around the fact that, well, it's legal, we have the spaces, we're doing 15 more, but are we really? I don't think 15 more is going to solve the problem. I think if you build it, they will come, and if you have 2 bedrooms, they're going to be a 4 to a bedroom. You're not going to have 1 to a bedroom. You're not going to have kids that don't drive. If it's going to be affordable, then that's one thing, but we're not looking at affordability. We're looking at pretty much market determining itself to be affordable. We're stuck on one thing, or at least I am. I can't speak for my other board members. I'm just stuck on the parking, and I don't want to be the person to say I told you so, but I think we all know that it's going to happen, and we're just denying that or avoiding that fact right now. And once we approve it and it gets built and people park, we're going to face a big problem, and we're not going to know how to address it. I'm sorry to be redundant, but I just don't think the provision is going to do it.
This is the special permit, so it's a 4/5 vote. Is that right?
Yes.
So just for reality check here, you can count where you think votes are. I can count where I think votes are. If I were the developer, I'd take another month and just take another look at this one more time, and then it'll be up or down, because I don't think there's much else that can be said than has been said. I hesitate to take the time to walk through the details of the document that we have before us. There's some refinements that have been suggested here. The notes I took include from Campbell, some from Fritz, some from Stephen Welch, maybe some from others. Leslie. Leslie.
Madam Chair, I just want to point out a couple of things on the parking. The board members may not agree with the number of spaces, but I do feel it's necessary to point out that they exceed the requirements of the zoning district. So they exceed what is the minimum requirement for the zoning bylaw. No disrespect to John, but I don't think comparing it to Macy's is a fair comparison. There is a significant parking problem over there, but that district was developed at a time when we didn't have the 1 bedroom per parking space or the 0.75 spaces per bedroom in place. We had a significantly lower parking requirement at that time, which is why we changed the bylaw to tie the parking spaces to bedrooms rather than to dwelling units. And going back to the open space issue about possibly reducing that, there's not a provision in the bylaw to do so. I think that would require a variance. There's not a special permit reduction in this section. So I don't think that's necessarily a viable option for them to pursue. And then had one other point on the parking. Back to the suggestion that perhaps there could be a restriction against off-site parking from an enforcement perspective. I think that could be, more difficult to enforce. And in the alternative, if the board wanted to do something along those lines, perhaps pursuing that through the police department and the select board to post no parking or to put up split rail fence around the open space to keep people from encroaching into that would be a better approach.
Thank you, Leslie. My instinct, I appreciate what you say, and I think some of those points about what the bylaws provide and what our discretion is vis-a-vis the bylaws are helpful reminders. My instinct, but I defer to you folks, is to continue this 1 more month. We could try to go up or down tonight, which would mean we'd have to go through all the details of the draft materials from staff, and it may be that there is no other solution, but it just seems that it would be wiser to let it stew 1 more month. Arthur, I know you're a pragmatist and you know how to count votes, so I'm looking at you.
I think we're both pragmatists. Realistically, and in the light of the preference clearly that you're expressing that there be a continuance on the thing, we're agreeable to that, much as we'd love to get this over with. And I suspect everybody involved in the situation would like to get it done. Nevertheless, since that clearly is the direction that'll be that'll show everyone that we've indeed exhausted every possibility, that's the route that we should go. So you can take that as a request for a continuance.
Before we act on that, though, do other colleagues on the board prefer to vote tonight? Would you prefer to keep at it and go through the draft document and keep chipping away? We knew this would be a long meeting, and we've got a full page of more things to come. So anybody who desperately wants to act tonight, give me an eyebrow. Otherwise, we will take that as a request from the applicant to continue, and we'll continue the public hearing, even though I don't know that there'll be more comments coming in. I think it's incumbent, if we expect to hear more from the applicant, that we leave the public hearing open. So we probably need a motion to continue the public hearing.
So moved.
Nat, thank you.
Second.
Fritz seconded. Roll call. Nat.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Fritz.
Thank you all.
assuming the world is still here.
Thank you.
Big assumption.
All right, thank you. Thanks to members of the public who've been here. Billy Cassidy, thanks for your thoughts as well, and everybody else who weighed in. Okay, we've been going for 2 hours. Would you like a 7-minute stretch break? Probably a good idea. So it's 5:57, so let's try to resume at about 5 after 6. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judith,
Yes,
I'm in your beautiful home state.
you are.
Yes, I am.
I hope you're staying safe. Where are you? Up in the mountains?
Semi-mountains, Wilkesboro, north of Charlottesville.
Oh,
I mean,
that's
Charlotte.
so pretty up there. Yes.
Yeah.
Is it snowed yet?
What's that?
Has it snowed yet?
Oh, no. It's been warm. Still leaves on the trees.
How far up there are you?
No, I'm only like an hour and a half north of Charlotte,
What town?
Wilkesboro.
Oh, I know Wilkesboro. I spent half my summers up in Boone, Blowing Rock, Linville Mountain, Linville and Grandfather Mountain.
Yeah, just down the road.
The other half here and the other half up there with my other grandparents. Best of both worlds.
Purdy down here.
Moonshine country there, Dave.
We had a dry county. We used to go down the hill to Boone and Blowing Rock to get anything and come back up and try to dodge the cops going up the hill.
That's
Yep.
where NASCAR came from.
I
Yeah, it is.
spent time in Concord. Concord is where NASCAR is.
Where it is now, but at least what I was told was that the tradition of running hot cars that are not
With moonshine.
yeah.
And we used to go over to Tennessee to get the fireworks and try to dodge them coming back from Tennessee.
My husband says Thunder Road with Robert Mitchum is his source.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Nope. But it's pretty country, that's for sure.
That's beautiful. The trees must be changing right about now.
Yeah, they are. I don't think they're, I don't know. I was up farther north in the Shenandoah Valley a few days ago, and I think the trees had more color there than they do down here. So probably a week behind.
I've done that. I've done that drive all the way down the Shenandoah up in those, up in the back country up there. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, it's amazing. It is amazing.
When do you come back? Before the snow or?
A day after the election.
Be careful.
I will. I won't be anywhere that I shouldn't be.
Well, it's supposed to snow west and north of Boston, I think, on Friday.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Well, wow. That's got to be the remnants of that hurricane, because I think it's coming through here Friday.
Yeah, coming up somewhere inland, though.
Yeah, inland.
But not to the island.
No, we're going to be on the east side of it. My mother in Memphis keeps getting whacked by everything coming ashore in Mississippi, Louisiana, though, because it comes right up the Mississippi Valley,
yes,
right to
for
Memphis.
sure.
Yeah, this is the second or third one this year.
At least 3.
At least. We're into the Delta. We're into the other alphabet now. We're
Epsilon,
done with
yeah.
the names.
Okay. So I understand why your palm tree is not with you, Dave.
No, it's
You
it wouldn't
left
fit
it
in.
on
It
your
wouldn't
island.
fit in down here. This is Nat's country down here.
Oh. I don't even understand why you get down there.
Well,
see, you haven't been there
Just to
like
aggravate
everybody
me.
else.
Just to aggravate me.
Pretty much. Sure, water.
All right.
Not hard to do that, by the way, Nat.
No, it's a short drive for sure. Let's see now. And Megan, I just want to sort of add to what Judith said earlier. And Leslie, you're really doing a good job with this.
Thank you.
I've been around a long time. And the people that were here when I started aren't here anymore. So it takes time. It takes time to learn this, and especially now, because it's more complicated than it was, and in the past. So, but don't hesitate to say, I don't know the answer. Got to check. I mean, you can't know everything. It's impossible.
And that is a large body of work for one meeting.
It really is.
Yeah.
The guy that came up with the staff report, Tom, I forgot his last name. Leslie would remind me, I forgot. He did a great job with this. This was his idea. And it's morphed into the greatest thing ever. So, anyway.
Okay.
Where are we?
I think we're about ready to start again.
On 6 Oak Hollow, right, Judith?
Leslie's here.
Yeah.
Well, able to pile on with the Megan compliments here. I've really appreciated all the detail that you put into the staff report so that it's really clear and easy to understand as one reads through it. So I like the references. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Probably not finished probation and she's already going to get a raise. Just look at this. All right.
Halos are hovering.
Yeah. Okay. If we're ready to go again, I'll call the meeting back to order. PLSP 2020-8-65, Keith Lowry and Vicky R. Kennedy, trustee of Bohem Properties, 6 Oak Hollow Road. This was one we started on last time, and some of us I know did site visits, and Megan, you sent us photos. So you want to give us a quick sketch?
Yeah, this was the one, and Jay Maroney's here to elaborate further. He is the attorney for the applicant. This one was a proposed second driveway access off of Oak Hollow, which is a rural dirt road off of Hummock Pond Road. The reason they're requesting the additional driveway access is because there is an oak tree that frequently makes it difficult, especially for guests unfamiliar with the area, to back out of the driveway. I know at the last meeting, there was some discussion as to whether or not it could be reconfigured to allow for more turnaround space. But Jay submitted some photographs and I recommended a site visit. So I guess I would say if Jay has anything else to add, my recommendation is planning staff still remains the same.
Mr. Maroney, anything you'd like to tell us?
Good evening, Madam Chair. I just first like to start by reiterating everyone's compliments of Megan, and I appreciate her presentation there. And I do hope that the board was able to get out to the site and take a look at the location. We strongly feel that the second driveway access would actually have a significant positive impact on the scenic and historic integrity of the neighborhood and traffic safety, and urge you to allow this special permit. And finally, we did think about just reconfiguring options and other ways that we could do this. And hopefully, if you take a look at the photographs, you'll see that other reconfigurations that provide more turnaround with a single curb cut, we really feel makes that area next to the side yard there sort of like a parking lot and much more urban, where we really feel that the kind of the U-shape, kind of meandering past all those bushes and plantings kind of keeps the residential neighborhood intact. So that's all I have for now, and I look forward to hearing your deliberations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board members, questions or comments?
Oh, I might as well chime in, I guess. Am I on? Yes. So I thought of a couple of things new to add to this application. So this is a dirt road that probably will never be paved. And back in the day, there was a lot of applications for, I guess I would say, legalizing a second curb cut that was never, permitted. Horseshoe driveways out in dirt roads, out in Cisco. There was 2 or 3 out there that I can recall. And they worked so well, you never knew they were illegal. So this is one of those ones that's sort of built already. No one ever thought about backing up and turning around and all that kind of thing. We always question trees getting chopped down. I mean, I like the little turn. I mean, I think it's fine. I mean, I'm fine with a space off to the other end too. I mean, but this isn't downtown Nantucket where you can't really do a U. So it's everything. The problem is that when you have an existing house, everything's built, you sort of have to look at it differently than something new. Like if they were going to build a second dwelling and they had the ability to change their landscaping and make it work because it's all fresh. But in this case, it's sort of done and there's nothing you can really do. So I'm in favor of the half moon, in and out. But I understand both sides of the argument.
Other comments, questions? Nat, you want to make that a motion?
Sure.
Oh, Megan.
I'll make 'em.
Megan.
Oh, Megan, sorry. What? You're muted, Megan.
I just want to, for the record, say that there are no public comments. There's no one raising their hand.
Thank you.
Well,
I guess we have to
I
close
guess-
the public hearing.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
John,
Everybody's
Second.
muted.
John seconded silently. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Dave, you're muted still. Even though you're somewhere else.
Hi.
he's mellow. Judith, aye. Okay, the hearing's closed. On the merits, Nat, you want to make that as a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the application. And with the following findings, that the second driveway access is consistent with general purpose of the intent of the bylaw. And that the driveway access is not contrary to sound traffic and safety considerations. And that the second driveway does not have an adverse impact on the scenic, historic integrity of the neighborhood. And that would include the 3 staff recommendations and conditions as well.
Thank
As
you.
written.
Is there a second? Second?
Second.
Fritz seconded. Further discussion? Roll call.
Can I just make a comment?
Yes, please.
Can I just make?
Yes, Fritz.
Yeah, I just want to make the comment that I am not in favor of second driveway access. And I don't think we should be just approving everyone that comes before us just because it seems like there's no good reason not to. But in this particular case, I am familiar with this road. There is not much traffic on it. I agree with Nat. It's not going to be paved. In this particular instance, I have no objection to it because it just I don't see it being hazardous in any way because of the very low traffic that's going to be going in and out of here. So anyway, that's my comment.
Thank you, Fritz. And I would say I drove by it and looked at it pretty closely. It really is in keeping with the area. I don't really see the necessity of it so much, but on balance, I think it's okay. So we've
And
got a
Madam Chair?
motion. Yes, John.
Just while we're on comments, I agree with Fritz. I don't want to just make this a free-for-all for everyone to get second dwellings. In this particular case, I agree. I've been by the site, and it is a very less traveled road, dirt road, and it would if there are no objections to the abutters or the people that travel on that road, then I'm okay with this as well.
Okay, any other comments? We have a motion by Nat and a second by Fritz. Take roll call, please. Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave Iverson,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maroney.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, PLSP 2020-08-62 Tidal Creeks Realty Trust, 11, 13, 15, 17 Tomahawk Road. I think this is John Brescher, is that right?
No, it's Linda Williams.
It's Linda Williams, okay. Megan, you want to kick us off here?
I can give you a really brief overview and then Linda can go in more depth. Before you is an application for an MCD, mostly because it is comprised of 4 lots totaling 20,000 square feet. It's to be used for the new location of Champion Rentals, which is an equipment rental business. I think Linda can probably go into more detail as to specifically what waivers are being requested and as to why.
Okay, I'm up. Brian Glowacki, his grandfather was Walter Glowacki. He passed away recently. Walter had a life right over on Lover's Lane, where we have another planning board commercial permit for his rental business over there. He rents all kinds of construction equipment, including a 544 loader and little bobcats, things like that, as well as smaller equipment. And the life right expired when Walter expired. So he's got a lease on these 4 lots. They're among the only vacant lots left in the pit down on Tomahawk and Spearhead and those guys. Most everybody's got a plan to build on something. These are actually vacant lots. Before this, as Nat probably knows, they were Michael Allen's stored dozens of boats in there in the winter. And Brian has leased the property to own and has wanted to move a lot of his stuff over there. He does have containers that he wants to use and 2 hoop barns, but he's pushed them all to the back of the lot. Unlike a lot of them, especially the one I brought in before on the other side of the pit, for Chris Loftus, these are pushed to the back of the lot. He's already got chain link fence on more than half of the lots, the 4 next to each other. And he's already put up the green windscreen, and the trees were left where they were along the road. And he's going to add more screening and more chain link fence, so it's going to be surrounded by chain link, except the area between him and Benny Barn, which you also saw was an MCD. Almost everybody in there is an MCD with these multiple lots. And we're going to screen ourselves from the backside, though there are lots, commercial lots between the backside of these lots and Old South Road, and they're also about 6 feet below grade. So I think we've done everything we can to mitigate any impact here. And all the containers, as we did with Chris Loftus, are all the same color. They're gray, that steel color. And, pretty much that's it. We did get a letter from the water company, which I don't know if it made it into your packet since Mark sent it this morning. And he's fine with it. And I guess we have not, Ed Pesci doesn't come over as often as he did because of the virus, but I guess we should wait for Ed Pesci or.
Yes, I think that's what I was going to say, but let's see if there's questions, but I think we need to get Ed's work up before we can act.
And we don't have any impervious surfaces there. It's gravel, which is what the water company preferred.
And the water company, the other provisions were that no vehicular repair, and if there's going to be any change in buildings that are impervious, you'd have to go back to see them again.
Oh, absolutely. Conditions are fine.
Campbell?
Question through you, Judith. So does the recommendation under Ed Pesci's paragraph in the staff report, is that to the approval for the use of motor vehicle storage and repair to the extent necessary?
Yes, that was basically related to the heavy equipment, not your car and my car kind of thing.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure that in what's happening when he goes to do his repairs, his oil changes and et cetera on the rental equipment that he has, that he has the proper attachments, et cetera, that kind of thing for the site.
He's not planning on doing any of that type of maintenance on site. The thing that we're talking about is if he has to tighten something or loosen something, or the heavy equipment can get loose, things like that. And he does probably on the small saws and stuff, he'll just do small types of repairs on those things.
Okay, so he has another spot to do the deeper maintenance on some of the larger equipment that he rents. And I don't mean larger like dump trucks. I mean larger like the little Champion rental showed in the picture. Yes, another.
I think, Campbell, what we've got so far is from one comment. We don't yet have Ed Pesci's comments.
Right.
But I'm sure that that's the kind of thing we would want.
To comment, but I know
justify.
Where they were asking for waivers and things, that this statement was made. So I just wanted to sort of follow up on that so that we weren't passing something that we hadn't followed up on the minor detail of.
You're right, and the language in the staff report is slightly different from the way the wanna comment report reads, just because it's being summarized. But I think that can be worked out once we have, if there's anything from Ed Pesci.
Yeah, I would assume Ed will address some of that stuff with us.
And then I had another question on why we need a waiver from a site plan review.
I think what the normal language is, and we've used language pilfered from where he was before and other MCDs in the pit, is that's just standard language. Obviously, you guys are looking at the site plan. So I think this is just general language that's always used in these things in case the planning board finds something else in chapter 11 or section 11 or 12 that they wanted to address that is not specifically called out.
I would also like to just thank you for, and Brian for following up with making sure they have the green screening, the chain link fence, the, similar color, the same color in the containers and things that we've laid out before. So I really do appreciate your attention to that detail. Thank you.
It wasn't my first day at the rodeo. I brought Chris Loftus's in there. I've been down this road already.
Okay, are there questions from others? Fritz?
I just have a question. I'm familiar with I believe the two other sites that this business has been on, and in both cases they had an office where you went in and your credit card, and some cases some of the smaller equipment was stored inside. Is this simply storage? Is this the entire business? And if so, is there going to be an office or anything?
Yeah, he's using one of the containers to the right of one of the hoop barns as his office. He doesn't have enough money to build a structure. Obviously, at some point, a structure is going to get built here. But right now, one of the containers is being already walls put in it and stuff like that to make it into an office. Not fancy.
Okay.
Excuse me, Judith, question on that through you. Is there a sufficient ventilation within the container that is being used as an office?
I would assume so. The whole front of it opens still.
Well, whether you open the front door all the way.
Yeah, that's
So
he'll have to deal with that. I don't know how he's going to address that. I just know that right now it's in that right-hand container with the doors open.
Okay, so do you think that's a health department or building
No.
department?
Building
I
department,
think,
maybe?
Campbell, I would just say we don't have the staff condition recommendations yet. So that may be one for Megan to take note of. And I'm sure there'll be others about motor vehicle repair and other things too.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So does anybody else have anything they'd like to flag? Otherwise, we'll see if there's any public hearing and then probably continue. Dave Iverson.
Just a question, and I'm not really going anywhere with it, so don't get worried, Linda. Is the open space waiver something we've done for a lot of other people in this development?
Almost everybody.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
It is what it is. It's the pit, and
Yeah.
there wasn't anything green left in there.
No, I understand that completely. So thank you.
Thank God it's below grade. That's all I can say.
Madam Chair,
Yes, John.
just a question for Linda. Considering that this will have some retail, is there specified hours of operation, days of the week, et cetera?
No, there isn't for anybody in there. And I think the retail is sort of a minor issue. We just wanted to make sure we put everything in there, so nothing was precluded in case it went that direction. Almost everything he has is rental. Comes back.
Well, I only mentioned because at some point, as you had just mentioned, right now it's out of a container, and then later on, when maybe he gets a little bit more financially stable, he'll have to come before the board and put a building. And if there will be a considerable building put up there with larger business, more business, then I don't know, will we address the hours of operation as we normally would with a business, a retail business, or should we address it now?
I wouldn't go to retail right now. It's just part of the whole list of stuff that may happen in there if he sells a saw because it's past its prime. We don't have any of that in there on anybody, just so you know.
Well, storage units,
are retail.
I think they have order operation, hours of operation for the storage unit. So I wouldn't say not all of them.
That's the only one. Everybody else is
Still,
because
yeah.
they're not retail in the sense of retail.
Right.
We're not planning on being retail.
I'm not
Obviously, if this
opposed
whole
to it,
thing
Linda. I'm just bringing out a question now so that we don't have to deal with it later.
Well, when
That's
I
all.
come back later for a building, I can go there.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep us focused here. We've got a couple miles to go yet. Are there further comments or questions for particularly what should be in the staff conditions?
I await Ed Pesci.
Okay.
Right, you have to continue.
Megan, will you check and see if there's any public comments?
Yes, we have one person with their hand raised, Emily Molden.
Emily, hello.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair, and rest of the board. I do just have a couple of questions / comments. And sorry, Linda, I am just going to come back to the open space question again. And this may be somewhat a policy of the board in this area, but I was interested in, I think the plan showed how much open space there is currently on the lot, and I know it's 20%. I'm just interested in a little more information of what the actual waivers being requested as far as percentage or total square footage, and what the reasoning or justification is. I presume it's just because that's what exists there now, but it would seem that when the use is changing, it might be an appropriate time to address that. My understanding is that the bylaw was amended not that long ago to reduce the open space requirement from 30% down to 20% to try to make it a little bit easier for folks to meet. But it seems like there are an awful lot of waiver requests for that component. So I just kind of generally want to raise that to the board for consideration. And then my only other comments were just after Ed Pesci does his review, this may come up again, but as far as conditioning, I know that the water quality sign off came in from Mark Willett, but as far as potential storage of things that could be contaminants, given that this is now in the wellhead protection district and that there's mention of possible use on the site by a landscape contractor. I just would ask that the board consider conditioning the permit for appropriate storage of either fertilizers or any other chemicals that might cause contamination. Thank you.
I think that's a given, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
I think that's a given on the contaminants. Everybody, there's
Yeah,
at least
it's
one
just-
car repair guy in there. There's all kinds of stuff in there. I don't think the open space is an issue considering where it is. There was no open space to begin with. And
Well,
planting something's gonna be
Linda,
a problem.
Linda, let's not debate the merits of it now. Right now, we're just doing intake of questions or comments. The board may want to consider further. I think some of the issue with the contaminants is that this area's been upgraded or changed, so wellhead protection is at stake. So I think that's why the prior questions about oil changes and things, but
obviously.
I'm not going to prolong it now unless we need to, because I don't know what Ed is going to tell us when we get his markup.
Yep.
Okay, I think what's in order is a motion to continue. And Leslie, did you have your hand up?
I just wanted to comment quickly on the open space. So the open space for general commercial uses has always been 20%. For MCDs, it was 30%, but there wasn't really any clear reasoning for what made an MCD so special that it needed 10% extra open space. So that was reduced to 20 to match all the other categories of commercial use. And in this particular area, because it is in the commercial industrial district, the planning board and I believe the ZBA before them typically reduced the required open space because it isn't an industrial area. And aside from helping with stormwater and other things, part of the open space is for aesthetics. So you can have trees and grass and plants and all of those things for screening and just other, visual barriers. But that's, something that I think the board has continually said isn't really needed in this particular commercial industrial location.
Okay, are there further comments on this? Is there a motion to continue until the November meeting?
So moved.
Second.
John moved, Nat seconded.
Nope.
No,
I
that's
think
it.
Dave moved.
Dave. You're close together even though you're far apart. Okay. Dave moved, Nat seconded. We'll do roll call vote. Nat.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. Okay, we'll see you in November. Thank you, Linda.
I'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Okay. PLSP 2020-09-67, Robert Walder, 26.5 Bartlett Road, Lot B, fronting on Perry Lane. This is another second driveway. We have a string of second driveways, I believe.
This is different.
Right. They're all different, but we have a few lined up
Sure
here.
do.
Megan, do you want to tell us anything about this?
Sure. So the applicant in this case is requesting a second driveway access so that a duplex can be accommodated on the site. Brooke is representing this application, so he can go into more detail as to the reasoning behind the ask. But I did just want to point out, because I know that it came up in our agenda meeting, that this site actually has no frontage or access on Bartlett Road. So an additional curb cut will not be installed on Bartlett Road. The access here is on Perry Lane only. And I think that's an important distinction to make. So
Sure is.
I would say, and there is nearly 100 feet of frontage on this site. It's a bit of an odd shaped lot. But I think Brooke can go into more detail as to the reasoning behind the ask.
Brooke, would you like to enlighten us?
I will try. So it's a duplex, and the applicant would like to have 2 bedrooms per duplex. If we have 2 bedrooms according to the parking requirements, we need 2 parking spots per bed, 1 parking spot per bedroom. If we tried to get the parking outside, I think it would be, we'd have a stacked parking situation. And in this situation, it allows us to get the vehicles out of sight and out of mind. And I think that because of the frontage, it certainly affords us the space to allow for this situation. And beyond that, I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Megan.
I would just clarify, Brooks, I'm not sure if it was clear to everyone that the parking is to be interior in a garage of the
Yes.
first floor of the duplex unit.
Sorry, yes, it's in the garage.
Oh. Oh, I see. Enclosed. I see now. Oh,
Thank you, Megan.
All right. Further questions? Campbell.
Yeah, just a quick question and then one comment that is neither here nor there, but the question is, this is newly rezoned C-Tech, right? Perry Lane has been changed over to C-Tech.
Not yet.
Okay, so it's on the docket to be changed to C-Tech then?
We are, this is why we're here, because we want to get this done as an RC2.
Oh, I see. Okay. So
Otherwise, a
unanswered-
duplex isn't allowed.
Okay. And then my only other comment, because I'm pretty familiar with that, and I don't have 2 computers, so I can't have the application plus you. So as I recall, this piece of property has Bartlett Road across a bike path, curb cut, right?
No.
No.
This piece, this was cut off from 26.5 Bartlett Road, and it's completely on Perry Lane. There's no, it has a Bartlett address just because it was cut from Bartlett Road, from 26.5 Bartlett Road, but it is a separate, completely separate lot, and it fronts on Perry Lane.
So excuse me, what would its actual address be then? If it's not on Bartlett Road and has no access to or from Bartlett Road, then what is the address for it?
I'll say maybe 1.5 Perry Lane. I have no idea. But if you look at the maybe Megan, you can help me here with this. I mean, this is an approval not required subdivision.
Right. And I think it did come up with some, oh, I see that V complex right there that you have. So you're taking the existing 2-story structure and the existing, that new build that they have, and that's lot A, and will continue to utilize the Bartlett Road, and your lot B, which has no address on Perry Lane.
Correct.
Because number 1 is Josiah, right? I think. John and Josiah Newman. Okay. Thank you. That was all I was saying.
Well, you may need to get some kind of post office approval or the assessor or somebody to help you with that, but we can't give you an address.
Yeah.
Sorry. Other questions? Did I see another hand up? Is there a motion? Oh, is there anybody in the public, Megan? Sorry.
I do not see anyone with their hand raised, no.
Okay.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Nat moved, Dave seconded to close the public hearing by roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. On the merits,
Motion to approve the spaces enclosed. And that this second, we find that the second driveway access is consistent with the general purpose and intent of the bylaw, that the second driveway access is not contrary to sound traffic and safety considerations, that the second driveway does not have an adverse impact on the scenic and historic integrity of the neighborhood. And that goes with the 4 conditions from the planning staff as well.
I'll second.
Nat moved, John seconded. Was that John or Dave?
Yes, John.
That was John. Ready for roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. Thanks, Brooke. You may have more to come.
I have one
Wave
more.
goodbye when you're ready. Okay, PLSP 2020-09-68, Dervan C. Lewis and Maria Henry Lewis, 6 Marianne Drive. Megan.
Sure. So Brooke is also representing this application. They're requesting a special permit to increase the driveway width to the full width of the lot, which is approximately 54 feet. And also they're requesting a waiver of the vegetative screening requirement for parking over 5 spaces. This site had previously, when it was RC2, been approved for a second dwelling years ago. That approval has since expired and the zoning has changed to C-Tech, where second dwellings are not allowed, but duplexes are. So eventually Brooke can go into more detail about the proposed design, but they're wanting to construct a duplex. And in order to do so, the parking requirement of 7 spaces would require a configuration to widen the driveway. As staff, we recommend a favorable approval of this application, but do feel that there should be just a partial waiver on the vegetative screening, that there should be some type of screening there on the sides.
Megan, just for clarity on that, you want it all along the sides, but you don't want it as dense as you ordinarily, or I'm not quite sure I understand what that, when you say partial waiver.
Here, let me do a screen share. So effectively the bylaw says all of the parking needs to be screened. So in this case, the house acts as the screening. So we can say the vegetative screening wouldn't be necessary here, but there should still be something along the sides of the property to screen from the abutting properties.
And Brooke, is that agreeable? Understandable?
It's understandable.
Okay, that's good. All right, members of the board, questions, comments? Campbell.
Sorry, I just have a quick question, because when we were talking about a duplex in the last one, I thought I came away feeling that duplexes weren't allowed in C-Tech. But here we are in C-Tech with a duplex, so I'm confused. Anyone straighten out that?
Hang on a second. Maybe I miss.
Look right here. Duplexes are allowed in C-Tech.
As well as RC2. So in the previous application, then the duplex is still allowed. It's not just that it's RC2, so there's a rush. It's just that it's allowed under either RC2 or C-Tech. It's what the charts seem to imply anyway.
Madam Chair, if I may through you. RC2, it's been several years since the zoning has changed here. The point I was trying to make was that a second dwelling unit had previously been approved somewhere around 2015-ish, right before the zoning changed. Those approvals are good for only 2 years. So that approval has expired, and C-Tech does not allow for the second dwelling standalone unit.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I was just a little confused because I thought had it passed in 2020, had we had a town meeting that actually passed it, that Perry Lane would be C-Tech.
But we're not.
Okay.
Trying to do with Perry Lane area. I believe, anyway. It'll be coming up in the 2021 town meeting. So I just wanted to check. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, anybody else with a question or comment? Megan, could you check the public?
I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay.
I see Art Gasparo with a hand raised.
Art.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to comment on this application. I think there are some concerns that the board should consider here. I don't see how you can have vegetation screening on the sides of a parking area that goes exactly to the property line. The property is 54 feet wide and there's not an inch to do planting. So look, I get what Marianne Drive has become. At the same time, you're doubling the size of a structure on a 6,400 square foot lot. The current house is listed by the assessor as 5 bedrooms with 4 baths. There's not enough parking as there is. And now you're going to double this and create maybe 2 more spaces with no parking. And I think it would create a bad precedent for this board to approve parking that goes exactly property line to property line. And what does it do to the next properties over as well? There's no survey site plan included with a special permit application. I don't think that's right. There's some vegetation, there's a transformer there. I think that you should certainly have that. I think you should have floor plans of both the existing and proposed structure before you close this hearing. And I know that there doesn't seem to be support based on the other applications of a restriction in the special permit against, off-street parking by residents. But if you are going to approve that, I mean, how do you somehow, as you've said on other applications, when the demand exceeds what the bylaw requires, and that's already happening, and this road, the reference to Macy, Marianne's worse, and it's a private road, so you can't depend on the police for any sort of a restriction. You can't get up and down it. It's already, people have to stop and wait, and there's a lot of traffic. And a comment by a member earlier, if you build it, they will come, and you're about to double the size of this through the issuance of waivers. So what's the justification for allowing this? And how does it not have an impact? Granted, there's no historic character here and the scenic character has become compromised, but why does that, you continue to do that and have no screening along either side? You can say it, but how do you do it without an inch to plant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Judith.
Dave, I've got Campbell, I've got Dave first, Dave Iverson. Dave Iverson, did I see your name?
No, I'm sorry. So I agree with Art here. And I know we're just here to approve parking spaces, but I mean, that road has such a severe parking problem. And by us approving parking spaces is not going to resolve the issue, because then he's adding more bedrooms. So, but he has a legal right to build a duplex. So I don't know what the answer is here, because that road cannot take more bedrooms and cars. It is overwhelmed, and a parking spot from lot line to lot line. And we're talking about putting side buffer in. I mean, what's side buffer going to be, a 2-inch wide fence? Because that's all that's going to fit in there, or they won't get cars in there. So it's a really difficult situation, and I don't know what the answer is.
Can I ask a question? Brooke, how many parking spaces are there now? I mean, I hate to ask. I didn't get on there.
I honestly, I don't know how many. I think that, it's just one of those situations where people have always just kind
Right.
of in the front yard.
Just park anywhere. Right.
Park
You're
anywhere.
trying to formalize something.
Partially, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
the neighbor to the south has, I think, a similar situation, and that house is, twice as big, but I don't really know the specifics there.
Have you tried to, get creative here? And, I don't see any 7 by 17 spaces. Maybe tuck one up to the right as well. Maybe to pull in the sides, 4 or 5 feet to have some screening. And, maybe reduce it, maybe have one less space, but have some space to have some screening. I'm not, I mean, Art's point, see, this has been going on for a while. This isn't the first rodeo with this one. It's just, we haven't seen one down here in a while. So it's bringing back memories of other applications. So this is the problem with this area. RC2, back in the day, we just did whatever we wanted, and we're trying to kind of rein it in, and it's not that easy. So there's no on-street parking either. That's the big problem. We don't have anything on street, so that makes it harder to have spillover and stuff. So
The road's not wide enough.
yeah, well, that's what it wasn't built to have it. Nobody thought about things like that, like Appleton Road and stuff like that back in the day. I'm just asking if there's a way to jiggle this around a little bit to get a little bit of screening and, some smaller spaces, maybe. I mean, not every vehicle is a 9 by 20.
Correct.
So, I mean, that's just the truth. So I'm just asking what you think. So
Judith, may I speak?
Yes.
For you? Would it be okay to have the 2 stacked spots be 7 by 17, or at least 7 feet wide? That are on the south end of the lot, and then I could shift it and split the difference, and then there would be a place for screening.
we got to get the screening in there, Brooks, excuse me, sorry. Just because, I mean, this is a 4-vote application. You're going to have to figure out something for that issue. I mean, this is.
Well, how many 7 by 17s am I allowed?
That was going to be my next question to Megan.
I'm looking it up unless Leslie might know off the top of her head.
One.
Leslie says 1.
Is it 1 per building or 1 per lot?
I think it's 1 of the total required spaces, but I can confirm that real quick.
Madam Chair, while Leslie's looking that up. Art makes a great point.
And then I see Campbell after you, John.
Sure. It looks like they're building this duplex. They might have the legal right for the available ground cover. So even if they don't call it a duplex, they can still build it and still maximize it. But what we're doing is we're really letting them say, okay, let's build a duplex. It expired, the zoning, but we're going to give it to them anyway. And then we're going to load out the front. There's not going to be a twig that separates anything. It's just going to be a parking lot in the front, and people are going to be backing out onto the street, obviously. And what's going to happen to the next door neighbor and the 1-3 houses over? Before you know it, it's going to be an industrial complex instead of a residential neighborhood. And I know it's CTEC, but right now, we're going to just give them a free rein to maximize every square inch and to separate it into two duplex, into a duplex, and then maybe contour them off and sell them separately. We're just adding to the problem instead of trying to correct it.
Campbell.
Yeah,
Leslie, then Campbell.
Okay, so I was correct on the parking. It's one of the required spaces. So I mean, a waiver is available, but they didn't request it. So, and actually it sounds like there's a lot of concern about this. I would recommend that you continue it to the next hearing and give staff and the applicant some time to try to see if they can work something out. That might be more.
That's a good idea. I think I'm just going to take any other comments here, so you've got the whole set of observations in front of you. Campbell, I think you were next.
Yeah, so I had two things, I think. One, when I first looked at the plan, of course, I'm in agreement with John. There's just nothing but building on it. And there does not seem to be any indication on how people are going to get from the parking lot to the back building. I believe on one side there's 7 feet with, I think, 5 feet of that is a setback. And the other side is not indicated how much distance there is there. So anyway, it's a really narrow strip, but there's nothing indicating how people are going to move to that further structure. The other thing is that, and this is neither here nor there to an extent, except for, I know that this is a painting contractor and his vans are not 7 by what have you. So he needs the spaces of van sized and typical Nantucket sized parking. So I would run that idea through him before I made a decision on whether that kind of adjustment was going to work for them.
Okay, any Dave?
One more.
So can I, through you, Madam Chair, Megan, if we deny this, does he lose the ability to build a duplex?
Yes, in the sense that there maybe wouldn't be another way to allow for the required parking spaces. I know when I had looked at this site with Brooke a month or two ago, there was not room to allow driveway access to the rear of the lot, which is why the request to widen the parking and arrange it in this manner. So when we're not approving whether a duplex is allowed or not.
No, but
by effect, yeah.
Yeah, the result of us denying it would be his inability to build a duplex back there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Through you,
I would
Madam
love
Chair.
to see it rework. I would hate to.
Let me just Dave, are you finished?
I am. I mean, I was just going to say, I mean, my personal feeling is I'd like to see it continued. I'd hate for us to jump in and vote and without seeing maybe another option for him.
John?
Yeah, I agree. I think we can continue and think of a couple of alternative options. Even though if we didn't approve this, he would lose that ability to get the second dwelling in the back as far as a duplex. He wouldn't lose the ability to add on. He can pretty much build the same identical building there with the addition connecting, just not call it a duplex. And he can get around it by, he already has 5 bedrooms in it. He can call the addition, not even a bedroom. He can call it living room and living space. There are ways that, obviously you can skirt around the issue when he wants to do it the legal and proper way. So I think continuing it and seeing if there is an alternative, we should look at that. But I am concerned that, you're maximizing the space. There's not really any green space, and you're creating a parking safety issue that they're not backing, they're going to be backing out onto the street. And if they're not backing onto the street, they're going to be parking on the street. And then it's going to be an overflow, the same as I discussed earlier with Macy. So we're creating the problem. So I think it's best to continue and see if there's something else we can, figure out.
Okay, anybody else have something they want to add at this point? Megan, anybody else in the public out there? Okay, we need a motion to continue.
Motion to continue.
Second.
Dave seconded.
Dave seconded, John moved. Roll call, John.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thanks, Brooke. We know how creative you are, so we're hopeful
We'll
you'll
see.
come up with a
Thank you,
solution.
guys. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay. We are on to PLSP 2020-09-69, Naughty Cal LLC, 26B Daffodil Lane, also known as Unit Number 1, Lot 627. This is a second driveway. Megan, you want to warm us up, and then I think somebody's here. Is this Linda's?
I'm
No,
here in opposition.
Linda's here representing a neighbor in opposition. This is Mark Poor's application, and I don't see him present.
Okay.
So this applicant is requesting a special permit for a second driveway access. It might be helpful if I share the screen here. Currently, both sites, it's on one continuous piece of property with two single-family units. They utilize a shared driveway off of Evergreen. They're proposing to abandon this portion of the driveway that's utilized by Unit 1 and are requesting a second curb cut on Daffodil Lane for Unit 1 to utilize. Because it's on two separate roadway accesses, planning staff did give it a favorable recommendation with the standard findings and conditions for second driveway access special permits.
Thank you. Okay, let's see if there's questions to Megan from the board, and then we'll open the hearing and Linda can speak, and anybody else as well. Are there questions or comments? Campbell?
I have a question as to whether this property division was originally a rear lot subdivision. I mean, they're still under one lot. They're not two separate lots, correct?
Yeah, this is I think a co-op situation going on here. So it's two single family units on one continuous piece of property. So there is no lot line division here. It's just two separate single family dwellings.
In the original application, it was for this configuration of parking with the single entry, a shared drive.
Yes.
I think, are you asking, was it originally approved with a single entry point for the two?
Right, like a lot subdivision, but not a rear lot subdivision. Do you see what I mean?
That's how it was initially approved, to share driveway access. So the two units no longer want to share driveway access, which is why they're asking for individual access points.
So from the layout, my question was really about, does the applicant that's asking for the new curb cut, is it because they have bigger cars, more cars? What has shifted? Because the parking lot in the front, parking lot is probably not appropriate, but parking arrangement in the front seems to be able to hold more vehicles than the one in the back. And so I'm just wondering, I mean, I can see from one aspect where if you're a family, it would be nice to have greater play yard area in the back of the house. So I see that, but I was just sort of trying to get at the intent of the move.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, and I can't speak for the applicant because I don't represent them and Mark's not here to ask, but I would think that the request comes from, you have a single family home, it wouldn't be ideal to have a shared driveway situation. You would want your own driveway access. That's what I would think the reasoning would be for the ask.
Well, lots of us have shared driveways.
Madam
Okay.
Chair,
Okay, let's stay focused if we can. Leslie.
if I could just add to that, I mean, I haven't talked with this particular applicant, but I was here when the original application was approved. It was a primary dwelling, excuse me, a primary dwelling and a secondary dwelling. They were in common ownership. The owner lived in the rear unit. Since that time, they implemented the co-op. They're now in separate ownership. And also since that time, Daffodil, which used to terminate in a cul-de-sac with several lots around it, has now been terminated. So there's, less potential traffic on Daffodil than there was originally. So I think that makes an entrance off of Daffodil a more desirable option than it may have been in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else on the board? I'm going to ask Megan, are there others than Linda who want to speak?
I don't see anyone other than Linda with their hand raised.
Linda, your turn then.
I remember when this was all done, and they, according to the GIS, Leslie, they're still owned by the same person who lives in Houston. I don't know if that was a recent property transfer, but they're still owned under the GIS by the same guy who actually did them a long time ago. I represent the guy across the street. I got a call this afternoon. He was upset. He's at 33 Daffy, and he's directly across the street. He is the closest abutter to the north on the other side of Daffy. He is the last property that can be built on, I guess, going down Daffy towards where it terminates at the Jersey barrier. He was concerned because a lot of the kids in the neighborhood play in this terminated section of Mayflower. There's basketball, skateboarding. The kids are always out there doing something in that section of Mayflower. He has to be very careful when he pulls out of his driveway that he doesn't hit one of them, because there's a dozen kids up there at any given time at that section right where they want to put that driveway. He's concerned because the driveway comes out directly across from him. They are putting in 4 spaces, which are going to back out into that street, whether we like it or not. There's not enough room for them to turn around with the way they have the property configured. I mean, if Megan can put that site plan up again, and I can show you pretty much where everything's happening. And so he was concerned about another driveway going over there when the original, like a lot of those, whatever they're called over there, the weird 2 houses are, no, actually the site plan. You had it up earlier. A lot of them share driveways. And the co-op share driveways. Almost all of them do not have 2 curb cuts. This has a unique situation of being on a corner lot. Wait.
Yeah.
Coming up down below.
Next
That's
one.
the original right there. You can see dotted
Yeah,
in,
there
the other one parks. You can see where this one pulls in off the Evergreen. You can see where the other one pulls in behind it off of Evergreen. They want to put 4 spaces here, and they're going to be backing out into Daffy. And he's afraid that it's going to cause some problems at that end of Daffy, given how it's actually practically being used. I understand why they don't want to share driveways anymore, but I think his concerns needed to be expressed, and they need to be aware of just what goes on in reality at that end of Daffy for the kids in the neighborhood. So he wanted to express an objection to putting a second driveway cut on this lot. And it is legally 1 lot that has been co-opted. That's a dotted line in between the 2, not a solid line. So each one has their own exclusive use areas. But when they were doing this and they did this, the planning board gave them 1 driveway cut, and that's the way it was.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Appreciate it. Dave Iverson.
You're on mute.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Megan, if I could. So I'm sorry, is this under two ownerships? I know that's a co-op lot, but it's definitely under two ownerships.
Under two, to my knowledge it is, but let's pull it up on the GIS. I do believe that it is.
At times, if there's a recent transfer, it doesn't come up on the GIS for quite some time. You have to actually go back into the Registry of Deeds to check it.
So not equal owns Unit 1 and Unit 2. Yeah, so without the Registry of Deeds search, I couldn't definitively answer that for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
We don't, Megan, I mean, through you, Judith.
Nat, I think I had first.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Fritz and then Nat.
Yep.
We seem to have a number of questions about what the ownership is, what they want to do. The owner is designated an agent. The agent isn't present. The engineer isn't present. I think we ought to continue that. Unless we're going to vote it down, we ought to continue it until somebody shows up to answer questions. That's my feeling.
I think that makes a lot of sense. My point of view too. Nat?
I agree with that. There's no representation for this here tonight. I'm looking at the existing, they're calling it the parking court, sort of extension of the existing parking. You know, my mindset is I need to go look at this. Like, I got to see this place because Linda's right about what you said earlier about most of them don't have two, but it is on a corner. And maybe there's a way to make this a better application or extend the existing or maybe and modify it. I don't know, but I think we should continue it and have a site view a little bit and ask for the applicant to be on for the next meeting.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you wanted to go view it. That's the only way to do it.
Too cool to look at like this. You know what I mean?
Well, and it doesn't seem fair to turn it down without having them have a chance to answer.
Of course.
So.
Yep.
Okay, so Fritz, was that a motion that Nat just said?
Yes, I would move to continue the application till November.
Second.
Okay, ready to vote? Fritz?
Yeah, aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Judith? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is, dare I say, another second driveway access. Different yet again, PLSP 2020-09-70 Donald and Alwyn Pondgrace 78 Pulpus Road.
So the applicant is here, Lindsay Congleton, so he can go into more detail about the request. But essentially, they're requesting the second driveway access in order to create a horseshoe. And it is important to point out that it is on the side of Pulpus Road that is not the bike path. It's on the opposite side. I think that should be of importance. But if Lindsay wanted to maybe provide more detail about the design and kind of the reasoning behind the ask.
Sure. Yep. Hi there. I'm Lindsay Congleton.
So thanks for being here.
No problem. So the clients just really like the way their driveway is it's really tight, and they're finding that the trash guy and large deliveries actually have to back into their driveway, which is pretty dangerous on Pulpus Road right now. It's pretty fast, high traffic area, and they're just concerned with that. And you know, for flow of traffic and not having to back out onto the road, they think having that second curb cut will be safer. They also, when you pull out of their driveway, because of the way the grade changes, their driveway's actually cut into a slope. So it's hard for them to see up the Pulpus Road towards Walwennet. So having that second curb cut will actually help because of the grades are more favorable over there. And there is precedent for second curb cuts in the area, just actually right in their general vicinity. There's a couple. So that's it.
And could I just ask for clarification? That's, the house is still under construction, isn't it? It's a new.
No, it's an existing home.
Okay. And if it's primarily trash trucks, you say?
Yeah, and it's also just general safety, just because they can't, like, when it's hard for them to see the, like, if you were to go there, you'd see that it's like the grade really berms up right.
No, I drove by it to look at it. So yes, thank you.
Yeah, and the grade actually where they're requesting the curb cut is actually a lower grade, so it would actually be a lot easier to see. You wouldn't have that grade change right there.
Campbell.
Well, that harkens through you, Judith, that harkens the question, are they willing to give up the one driveway access that seems to be inferior in order to occupy this other driveway curb cut access? My experience with the larger vehicles backing up and your landscapers with their very large trailers, but when the trash people, let's say, or the waste collectors, when they back up, there's a very large beep that goes along with that backing up. And that's a long driveway to beep, beep, beep. And I could see where that would become an irritant.
Right.
Just wondering, with your description of how semi-dangerous the current situation is, if they would be more willing to utilize the new curb cut. And, you know, for me, yes, it doesn't go over a bike path, which that's a good thing. However, Pulpus is a major roadway, and I would like to tell you that cars go 40 miles an hour down that road, but I would be lying through my teeth. And those trucks come barreling at you at 50, you know, so there isn't really a safe driveway access, if you will. But so that would just sort of be my question, because I'm really not in favor of a second curb cut just for convenience of a curb cut, especially along a major roadway such as that. So that would be my.
Sure. Can I answer that? So
sure.
With the way the houses are configured, there's actually 3 structures on the lot, and then the septic system, so that it's really tight in there, so it can't actually be expanded widthwise to where you could actually get proper flow for like a larger vehicle. That's why they have to back in and drive out. So that's why if it were as simple as like expanding the driveway within the footprint, I'm sure they would be totally psyched about going to the other curb cut. But the way it's configured right now with the existing structures and septic, that would be very, I don't think it could be done.
Do the waste haulers have smaller vehicles that they could provide them with? Is there a need for the extra large ones?
I don't know. I could ask.
I would just say when I drove by it, and I drive that road every day that I go to town, I live in Quidnet, I was behind a waste hauler or saw one coming at me. So they're coming in and then they're going out, and the traffic really is as fast as Campbell talked about. So I think for anybody who hasn't had the pleasure of navigating through there, thinking hard about the issues of speed and safety is important. I appreciate your point. Just wanted to add that to Campbell's thoughts. Other members of the board want to ask questions or comment? John.
Yeah, I'm not overly concerned about the second curb cut. There's almost 200 linear frontage here. And I do know the property was for sale many years ago. It is fully developed. It does have a decent hill to it going into that driveway coming up there. And as far as the trucks backing up, there potentially is another alternative. And I don't know about the right side of the landscape where you're proposing the second driveway or curb cut. You know, you can pull in and then create a space that the truck or garbage truck can pull in and then back up the driveway so that they're able to pull out. So there potentially could be a way to do that as you drew in the second curb cut, that little T would enable a garbage truck to actually pull in and then back up. But I'm sure I'm not really familiar with the pitch on the right side, but I do know the left side, it is a little dangerous. I wouldn't want a delivery, a landscaper, or anybody to be, pulling out in the middle of Pulpus Road and then trying to back up that hill. I definitely agree. It would be easier to drive up the hill, almost like a one way in and one way out for safety wise. But I just don't know the terrain on the right side. If you could create a turnaround space, or at least a way for a vehicle to pull in and then back up if you're looking at that service vehicle.
I think you'd have to cut it in quite a bit in order for a bigger, larger delivery truck. And I think you would start getting into that hill, because that's actually the toe of the slope, right, where we're proposing it to come out. I think it would be tricky.
Fritz, I see your hand up. Yes.
Yeah. As you know, I'm generally not in favor of double curb cuts, especially, on Pulpus Road. I am familiar. I drive by this property a lot. I think, if I recall, this was part of a larger piece of property, and actually, I think there are probably now 3 houses on what was maybe 1 or 2 houses. So that as a result, what's happened is just more driveways on what used to be 1 lot, I think. But anyway, I'm just reluctant to approve a second curb cut for the sake of the convenience or safety of 1 garbage truck. I mean, I think there's got to be a way to solve the problem other than a second driveway access.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Nat,
Yeah.
and then I think Campbell also.
Okay, Lindsay, can I just ask you a question? So when I'm looking at the aerial, page 1, I guess, whatever that means, what it looks like now. I drove in there today, sat in my van for a few minutes, made a couple phone calls, and I've been there before. I just couldn't remember it until I got in there. Where's the septic system again? Is it in? It
Right
can't be in, by the garage.
Yeah. So that whole strip and the reserve area runs all along there. So that's why normally I would say let's just expand it, make it wider by the garage. But we just we don't have the ability to do that because we'd be in the leach field.
Well, my thought was, and again, Linda, you're gonna have to understand, like I look at things from approving and disapproving sides of things, because I got to give you another answer, because if you don't have the votes, you got to have some other idea. So when I pulled out of there, you see how the driveway kind of heads towards Quidnet? It's sort of like not angling to, I mean, there isn't probably too many people taking a left out of this house, okay? So you definitely have some room to clean up the entrance and exit to be more, so you're not turning sharply to the right and stepping on the gas pedal, like when you know what I mean? When you see a vehicle coming, I look to the left. There's definitely a lot of vegetation that could be cut back to help the sight lines, because it's a straight part of the road. It's not on a turn per se right there. I mean, I don't know what size trash truck they're using, but if it's one of those F-350, 550 trucks, I mean, you can turn that around in there pretty easily. I mean, that's not the end of the world. I don't think they take packers to people's houses, do they?
Yeah, I don't know who their trash service is. That was just the owner's comment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, I get what you're asking for, and it almost is a perfect idea to connect that existing sort of backing in area there. But there's a way to improve the safety as far as the road part, as far as pulling out, because you're kind of angling your vehicle to where when you have a break in traffic, you have to really hit the gas pretty hard to get yourself out into the road.
Right.
So that would be my solution as far as, fixing that one issue, but otherwise, I mean, I like the horseshoes, but it's not 100% guarantee all the time with this stuff. This stuff is very different. You got to go look at them. So that's why I went there today.
Gotcha.
Let's see, Campbell.
Yeah, so just, there was an explanation that involved delivery trucks, which made me wonder what is the use of this property? How is it utilized?
It's their summer home, but they've found that they're spending a lot more time here now, just because they can work remotely. So they're
Delivery truck, like what are we?
to be honest, that was the owner.
No, but so that, it begs the question, well, what size delivery truck, what's going on? Because honestly, I would rather see you try to reconfigure what, is a curvature kind of a drive to accommodate their needs versus, invading a lot of native natural vegetation, et cetera, and pulling all of that out for the convenience of a drive. To make this flow easier. I think it's something that there's enough property that they should be able to design within the structures that they have. And like Nat said, to, really look at the vegetation growth at the end of the driveway to try and create a better line of sight for it. That's my thought.
I don't see other hands. Megan, is there anybody for public hearing? Colleagues, are you ready to close the public hearing?
Can I?
Yes.
Does it make sense maybe just to take what the board's kind of said and maybe go back to my client and maybe have more discussions and then come back with a new proposal?
That would be fine. I was thinking that we were going to get to that point here pretty soon. I just want to be sure that if there's anybody out there who wants to speak to what we have now, they'd have a chance. But if you're content with that, then I think our motion should be to continue this till the November meeting.
Yeah, I mean, am I correct that it doesn't sound like this
is that going to give you enough time, Lindsay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Motion to continue.
Second.
John moved, Nat seconded, roll call. John?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you for your time.
We look forward to seeing you again.
Sounds good. All right, bye-bye.
Okay, onward to my page here. We're getting there, folks. Page 19, PLSP 2020-09 -71, John D. Manera Living Trust, 5 Bartlett Road, Larrabee Lane, Lot B, and there's also following that Lot A. Megan, I think we are supposed to take these up separately, but maybe you could give us the overview together. There's also an A&R on this as well. So
Sure, and Linda Williams is here as well as Dan Malloy representing the applicant. The votes, all 3 votes will need to be taken separately, one for each of the secondary lot applications and one for the A&R, but I think we can explain what's going on with one conversation. The existing configuration is 2 lots, Lot A and B, which are a portion of 5 Bartlett Road. Each of those lots are requesting to create a covenant lot. So within the application, the applicant is requesting waivers that we commonly see with the covenant lots for the individual driveway access, For the lot line waivers, so in this underlying zoning district, it's 10 feet. They're requesting that the setbacks be reduced to 5 feet for the shared lot lines of the 4 lots in total. And they're requesting to allocate the ground cover as they see fit, so long as it does not exceed the required ground cover for R10 in this, as it pertains to each of the 2 lots. So you'd have to take a look at the market rate lot and the covenant lot separately. And it might be a good idea. Let me know if or when, at what point, a screen share might be helpful.
I'm sure it will be, because we're getting tired, so keeping us focused is always helpful with some visuals. Ms. Williams, Mr. Malloy, would you like to speak to this before we get going here?
Megan, I think the screen share of the 4 lots is probably going to speed this along.
Okay.
No, I don't need a curved driveway though.
I know, I'm trying to find it. Hold
Not
on.
tonight.
Right there.
That's the original lot. You can see where it tags onto Bartlett Road. The 2 lots we're talking about front on Larrabee Lane. These lots were actually looked at by the Housing Trust at one point to buy them, but she was incommunicado, the owner. She has now sold them to us. And they are 2 conforming lots. And then if you go to the one with the 4 lots, Megan, that will finesse this. They're going to take each of the conforming lots and split a covenant lot off. The 2 covenant lots are going to be side by side. You'll see where they're smaller. And what we're asking is to, as we did over in same owners on Tajma Farm, who created a covenant lot also, we asked and got from the planning board a reduction between the parent lot way to the left and the parent lot way to the right to reduce the setback for the covenant lots to 5 feet, not the big lots, but the covenant lots. We've also asked under the planning board purview to reduce the setback between the 2 covenant lots to 5 feet. Because they're fairly narrow lots. We do have, both of them are sold to qualified covenant families. Being so close to the school, it works out well. And we do have people already lined up to buy them both. And they want, a sizable house width-wise, so they could actually get bedrooms in there and parking. So it'll be a 5-foot setback between the covenant on the left and the main lot, and the 5-foot covenant on the right, and then 5 feet between the 2, which is under the planning board purview. And that's pretty much it. Perfect location, close to the schools, and both families have kids in the school.
I think it's important to note that these side yard setbacks will remain at the 10 feet.
Yeah, the 2 big lots are 10 feet.
Campbell.
Just for a point of clarification through you, Madam Chair. So Linda, is there, with the lot line setbacks between the 2 covenants, does that total 10 feet between the structures?
Yes, 5 feet on each side.
Okay, great. I was a little worried that it was 5 feet, and that would be, you don't want to be hearing necessarily verbatim, discussions house.
No, they're 5 feet, and 5 feet's a normal setback actually in the ROH and the RC. So it's
okay.
Just between those guys.
I just have one more question regarding the waiver for the shared driveway. For a couple of reasons. One, I think the lots are small enough that a shared drive helps with the efficiency of use within the property. Now, whether it's a shared driveway between the 2 covenant lots and the market rate lots have their own, of course, I'd prefer, the fewer curb cuts here. And the main reason there being Larrabee Lane, while private, and it is a variable width, it is heavily trafficked by both pedestrians and bicyclists. day and night. When I worked in the as a teacher at the schools, I use that cut through all the time to walk to work. And lots of kids use that. So I think the more we can reduce the spots where people pull out, or back out, I think sort of the better as far as safety goes. So those would be my comments. Thank you.
Can I respond, Judith? You want me to wait?
Yes. Let's see if there's others. I can't tell now because
Judith.
the screen
Yes,
share.
Madam Chair, through you.
John, yes.
Yeah, a couple of questions. Number one, are we to assume that the covenant lots are going to be designated as, for the square footage purposes, the secondary, so it could be 80% of the size of the main? And then also, are we going to designate the main lots as potential for tertiaries so that the other ones are, or nobody's eliminating the possibility of having a tertiary, is what I'm saying. So my other question would be, or actually not even a question, a comment. I actually like Cam's idea about the covenant sharing a driveway for the reason not to create separate privacy access, but it helps because they are smaller in lot size, 4,000 square feet. By sharing a driveway and then veering off one way and veering off the other, it actually is an advantage to the owner. It creates a little bit more usable ground, space, green space.
I know for a fact that at least one of the covenant people has not anticipated sharing a driveway with anyone. It has had its problems in Essex on top of it. I don't think we want to repeat the problems in Essex where they all share driveways. And we already have a house going on consent tomorrow night for the one that's furthest up Larrabee Lane. Where's the thing again? The site plan. It's the furthest one up Larrabee Lane, the market rate. There is no room for a tertiary. But nobody's even talked about tertiary because to get a decent sized house on these things, the market rates, there's no room practically. But we haven't talked about whether to do it or not do it. It just hasn't come up because the lots are fairly tight. It is also a dead end street, so there's not a lot of vehicular traffic at all. There's 1.5 houses beyond us that access directly onto Larrabee Lane. Otherwise, everybody on the other side of the street accesses McLean Lane and Tajma Farms. So they have no access on this side, legal access on this side. So nobody has talked about having a shared driveway in here, and I don't think it's necessary to have a shared driveway. We would have to go back to everybody and ask them how they feel about this. This has not come up because they have little 2 space sections in each one of them.
I don't think that was a demand. That was actually a consideration to allow for more green space. I'm not for, demanding a shared, that wasn't my point. I just think it's something to consider as merit.
But as I say, tertiaries are going to be awfully tough to get in there. I think Megan has her hand up. Madam Chair.
Megan, yes.
Madam Chair, if I may, through you, just to address, I think, some of the concerns that I'm hearing between John and Linda. So I did include the standard language that the market rate lot would retain the rights to the tertiary. This wouldn't preclude someone for coming before with the board with a tertiary application to put the dwelling unit in the basement. So that could be a potential that a future buyer may want to pursue. Maybe they won't, but it's standard language that we typically would include in all of these secondary lot special permits, that market rate lot retains the rights if they choose to move forward with an application for a secondary dwelling by tertiary standards. And then in terms of the driveway access, Leslie might be able to clarify this, but I don't know that the board has the authority to have the 2 covenant lots share driveway access, because I believe the way the bylaw is written, it's a shared driveway access between the market rate lot and the covenant lot. So I don't think that requiring one to be shared between the covenant lot is something that would even be allowed to move forward with that concept.
And I believe the driveways for the market rates are on the complete opposite ends of the subdivision, so that wouldn't work for the market, for the covenants.
Campbell?
Well, one, I'd like to hear a little more flexible language, Linda, but that's beside the point. I think there are, I don't want to confuse shared drive with like a rear lot subdivision shared driveway. There are not Essex, which has a lot of rear lot subdivisions, so it's a narrow drive. But if you go down Appleton, we are all shared drives with about a 15-foot width, 15, 20 width, and we each have our own separate drives. There's a very often green growth between the two driveways, so it's not it's not the same kind of idea that I think you're thinking about. And then the other piece is, once you take a 6,000 square foot and a 4,000 square foot and you put your bedrooms in there, and then you're putting a tertiary in there, where's there parking? The whole lot has gone to just parking. And I really, just because we're doing covenants and lower priced pieces, I don't think that they should necessarily end up being disadvantaged in that way for just full-on parking. But I've said that before about a lot of lots that are just parking lots and houses, so.
And again, the market rates have driveways on the opposite ends. Not near
Linda,
the
I'm going to change the subject slightly to you and Megan. The affordable housing that's right across from the school that is very, very tight on Surfside.
Yeah.
How far apart is that? Is that 5 feet?
I was involved with that because the CPC paid for it, and then we sold it to Housing Nantucket. And when I was chairman of the planning board, I had a lot of trouble with how they were jamming them in there, frankly. They got a lot closer together only because they couldn't touch the tree. So they had to make around that tree on the right, and then that jammed them up pretty close together, but they're probably 8 feet front to back, but they're very tight. But this isn't, we're not planning on that kind of tight because they're all on one lot also.
Okay, Megan.
I just think it's important to recognize that these are two independent lots that happen to have common ownership, which is why there's the total of 4. So if they came before you for one application or under 2 different ownerships, I think we're talking about it collectively as one piece of land because it's easier to visualize that way. But they really ought to be treated as 2 independent, entirely separate asks here.
Thank you. Good reminder, good clarification. Anybody else who hasn't spoken who wants to? Megan, is there anybody from the public?
No.
Are we ready to close the public hearing? Yes.
Yeah, I
ma'am.
just want to say one little thing here. These are fresh, new lots. There's no structures on these lots, right, Linda?
No, we
I mean,
have.
I'm looking at it. I don't see anything.
One's
Right.
gonna be approved tomorrow night, and the other one is coming right behind it on lot, the one that's closest to the end of the road.
So they already have building plans in place for this? I mean, they already know what they're doing, or are you talking about something else?
No, the market rate lot furthest down Larrabee Lane has a house that's on consent tomorrow night, 1 story. That one, and then
Okay.
the one right to the right of it has one planned. We are bringing that in next.
When you say in, you talking about HGC?
Yeah.
Okay. You talk like know exactly what you're thinking. So, okay. So I just wanted to say something about the shared driveway, and then I'm going to drop it. Okay. So, like I'll give you an example. Down on Helen's Drive, there's a covenant and a primary that was already built, got turned into a covenant, and the covenant lot has this gigantic front yard they need another driveway. So their sharing didn't work, but it was already built. And they're going to be coming in for something because it's a disaster. But in these new ones, it's nice to try to look at a shared saving the land and all that kind of thing. But at the same time, I understand what you're saying, but sharing saves dirt for everybody. But I don't think we should hold them to it. I just think they should consider it regardless. That's all. But it's not a necessary thing in this particular area because there's not a lot going on this road.
Well, and I would just reiterate what Nat said. I agree with what you said, Nat, but in addition, what Megan and Leslie said, if they're separate parcels and things like that, and I don't think anybody intended to require it. I think it was just kind of musing aloud to
Right, exactly.
think about it. But is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Second.
Dave, that was you?
John.
John. You guys can't sit next to each other next. All right, roll call. Nat.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. Okay. We have several motions, right?
Yeah, you got to take them separately though, because there are 3 different items involved.
Right.
So the first would be the public hearing for the secondary residential lot, the covenant lot, lot B. The second motion would be the same mirror proposal on lot A. And then if both of those are approved, then the final step would be approval of the A&R plan.
So who is
John's the motion guy on this one.
I'll make a motion. Yeah. Motion to approve Lot B. If approved, the proposal advances the intent in zoning bylaw creating housing for the year-round residents, that the second driveway access is not contrary to sound traffic and safety considerations, and the second driveway access does not have adverse impact on the scenic or historic integrity. Also, with the 6 planning staff recommendations. Do you need any more? That's for that one.
I think that's good. How about, is there a second?
Second.
Dave seconds. Thank you, folks. That's good coordination there. Roll call vote. John.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. John, you're on a roll.
Okay, make a motion to approve the Lot A.
Same stuff.
Secondary, yeah, same. Do I have to read that again?
I'm gonna say with the findings and.
Okay, with the findings of the planning staff for the 6 staff recommendations, and obviously the 3 prior no adverse effect. That's not contrary to sound traffic, etc. Second driveway does not have adverse impact, and the proposal advances the intent of the zoning bylaw. That's it.
Okay,
Second.
is there a second?
Second.
That was Dave. Yep.
Yep.
You're on a roll. Okay. Roll call. John.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. Okay, 1 to go, John.
Last one, I make a motion to approve the A&R for Lot A and also Lot B for the 2 secondary residential lots.
Second.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Dave.
All right, roll call. John.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, everybody. I'm not done though.
Okay, well, you like to be here to hang the last dog. Okay.
I'm on the next 2.
Susan Canute, this is number PLSP 2020-09-0072. Susan Canute, trustee, Blackhall Realty Trust, 6 Thurston Way, rear lot subdivision. Is that you, Linda?
Yep, that's me. It's pretty simple. I think you've got the plan. We're probably the last one in the door over there, and 4 or 5 others have already done it over there. The zoning allows it. We did the proof plan that showed we could have enough frontage and area to do it right down the middle of the house, and the rear lot subdivision affords them to create an empty lot in the back and still keep the house in the front.
Yep. That's what you want.
Megan, you want to tell us anything more about this?
No, it's just a standard rear lot subdivision application. As Linda did mention, the proof plan shown here was submitted. So this lot, though it would go through the dwelling, it would need to be relocated. It is subdividable through A&R. The rear lot allows for the dwelling to remain intact and not have to be removed. This plan shown here. So I did just include language that we've used in the past for similar requests for rear lot subdivision.
You can see the one to the right did the exact same thing not too long ago.
Yeah.
And 2
Okay.
across the street and 1 on the corner.
Do I see any questions from anybody? Megan, anybody out in the public?
There is one member of the public, Crystal Ray.
Miss Ray, would you like to join us and comment, please?
Yes, hi, this is Eric Ray. I am next door neighbor, lot 4, 4 Thurston's Way.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, great, thank you.
Okay. All right, I just want to make sure one of the biggest issues in this area is parking. And I just want to make sure with whatever is done with that lot, I understand it's subdividable, fine, whatever. But I just want to make sure that there is parking supplied for both and enough parking supplied for both. Unlike everything else that's happened on this corner, there's one here, there's one there, as everybody wants to keep saying. However, they're all parked on the street. So if we could try and avoid that, that would be awesome.
Yeah, the owner has gonna put the 2 spaces that were pull in, Christian. As you know, they pull straight in right now. They're gonna pull in on the right side where the access is to the back, and then they're going to turn left. So there'll be 2 head-in spaces on the left. And then the parking for the back lot will be all the way in the back.
Okay, I mean, that's, I understand they can do it. And it was just the main concern is just parking. As long as they're not on the road, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, they haven't parked on the road yet, as far as I know, and so they'll have full spaces.
Well,
But
I
the
do know
workmen
because I'm
have.
next door, so.
Yeah, workmen have, that's for sure.
Yeah, the people that live there.
Well, I'll make sure that they understand that they should stop that.
Oh, that'd be awesome too. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Anybody else? If not, the motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
Second.
I'm guessing that was Dave got there before
John.
Nat. John, sorry. Okay, so who made the motion?
John.
John. Who seconded?
Nat.
Nat, all right. Let's do roll call. John.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Chris.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. Okay, now on the merits.
I'll make a motion to approve the rear lot subdivision and that the applicant complies with the special permit under the rear lot subdivision. And also the proposal is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the bylaw. Also, the 2 staff recommendations that they just leave it at that, the 2 staff recommendations.
Those are fine with the owners.
Okay, further discussion. John moved, 2 seconds.
I did.
David. Okay, roll call vote. John.
Aye.
Dave. Dave.
I'm sorry,
Dave.
I'm breaking up. What was that?
Do you vote? Do you vote
Aye.
on this? Okay, Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Um,
Dave, your machine's getting tired.
Yeah.
Next up is PLSP 2020-09-73, John and Nan Breglio, 52 West Mycomet Road.
That's me again.
Wow.
Yeah, they're not.
Megan, do you want to?
Favorite
It's not,
zoning
it's
district.
not a curb cut. It's not a double driveway. It's not a real lot subdivision. This is something different.
It's your
Change it
other
up this
favorite
evening.
topic.
Change the other people up change it up. This is an interesting situation. I gave you all the has everybody been able to look at their packets on this one?
Yeah.
Because I gave you all the aerials, and unlike a lot of people out there, I've worked on a lot of projects out there, Peacocks and everybody else is out there, Cafaros. Unlike everybody else out there, these owners have not mowed one more inch than they started out with in 1998. And their situation has changed as they've gotten older. She needs aquatherapy. They have a yard. They don't want to extend the yard. They'd like to extend the deck and put the pool, actually, it's a smaller pool, in the deck. Coming out a little bit further, but it's coming out into an area that is already mowed, quite extensively mowed, not allowed to become anything else but a lawn. And I gave you pictures of the aerials, I gave you pictures of the yard, and its distance from the areas that have been left pristine. So they'd like to just extend the deck, put the pool in the deck, take the spa out of the deck that's already there, and have it off the ground, so they're not walking on the ground to get to it. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, and you had a fair amount of explanation about not disrupting the surrounding natural vegetation and everything like
Absolutely.
that.
Absolutely. And the planning staff recommendations as conditions are fine.
Are there questions, comments, discussion?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I don't know who the best to answer this is, maybe Megan or Leslie or even Linda. When was this, what zoning district was this originally in, and when was it changed to MMD?
I think Leslie can answer that. It was LUG 3, I believe, and then changed to MMD some time ago.
Two. It was two.
It was an LUG 2, and I believe the zoning change happened in 1980 or 1981.
Went to MMD in 81.
Yes. 80, 81, sometime around there.
And Linda, when did they buy the property?
The Breglios are on. I don't know if they have access. They didn't have any screen, so I'm not sure. They were sent a link to get on it.
I see John here. I just promoted him as a panelist. So let's see. I've asked him to unmute.
Let's see. I can find it on the.
John, are you with us?
He was having trouble getting in. Hold on. I can tell you as soon as I get into the GIS. Here we go. They bought it in, from Kasparian, who I had worked with. They bought it in 1995. So they've had it for 25 years, and they're not getting younger.
Like the rest of us.
Yeah. But as I say, it's area that's already been disturbed, and they're not going to take one more inch out of that yard.
Yeah.
John, are we hoping he'll come through? In the meantime, let me call Fritz. Has his hand up, then Campbell.
I just have a general question maybe to the staff. This is request for a pool in MMD, which requires a special permit. We've approved, although with some quite a bit of discussion, 2 other pools in MMD over closer to Bartlett Road and
Cudweed.
Yeah.
That Cudweed Road, I
Yeah,
think.
next to it. I
Yeah.
was trying to remember the name of the road that comes off Hummock Pond Road. But anyway, everybody knows what I'm talking about. They're right next to each other.
Yeah.
We required him to move it. In the other case, it was completely screened by vegetation. But nevertheless, I guess, so this would be number 3 well, not exactly the same area, but certainly the same general area, certainly the same MMD district. My concern is 1, 2, 3, how many more houses in MMD are going to be coming forward for swimming pools? And do we, I can't think of any till maybe you get down all the way to Sconset or maybe all the way to Nantucket. I can't think of other situations in which a pool has been built on the ocean side on an oceanfront lot. So I'm just concerned about the precedent. And do we know how many more potential pools we have in the MMD area?
Existing or proposed?
No, could be.
Oh, they don't count for ground cover. This is 200 or 300 feet from the water. They're
Linda,
probably as far back as they can.
Linda, that's addressed to staff.
Oh,
Yes.
I just know the lot. It's 2 acres.
Okay, let's hold on here. We're coming, it's 4 hours in, we're doing fine here. Megan or Leslie, it's really questions about the potential that areas within the Moorland Protection District, but it's also closest to non-natural sites. So it seems like as Fritz says, we've had a number of requests for swimming pools. Oh, it's so different. John Breglio's here. But Mr. Breglio will be with you in a minute. We're asking staff a question. Leslie.
Without having an exact count, just from looking at the map and being familiar with the area, I would guess there may be 20-ish private properties that have the potential for a swimming pool. But again, that is a special permit subject to the review by your board.
Fritz, did you have further follow-up?
No, it's just, that's my concern that, yes, it's a special permit and we are supposed to take into account the potential adverse effect on the moorlands environment and the scenic integrity of the moorlands area. And although I probably have less concern about this particular pool in this particular place than I did the last one we approved. But I am concerned about the precedent. I just don't want people thinking that special permit in MMD for a pool is a slam dunk.
Oh, wouldn't think that though.
Well, I think each time we've come up with, it's sort of like second curb cuts, right? Every circumstance is its own. I know you're probably thinking too, one of the ones that had been before us before came back again and wanted a cabana or something in
I
the
remember
last
that.
6 months, and then that got withdrawn. So there's kind of a sentiment out there that this is routine when it really isn't.
Isn't. Yeah, this is built into their existing deck, which sort of gives us a little bit of a leg up.
Yeah.
Campbell next.
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah.
Campbell.
I just wanted to follow up both with Fritz's concern regarding precedent. So I have sort of a suggestion there. And then also just citing a concept, as Linda's saying, within the deck. I would like to suggest that somehow the language be put in for this particular pool, if it's approved, that this is being approved for therapeutic use. In other words, there is there's confirmation behind the need for this pool at this location. It stays within the deck. So Linda, you know where the hot tub is, right?
Yep, that's coming out.
Right, but it has that shingled wall around it. I would like to suggest that the pool remain and have that same kind of wall so that it doesn't appear to be a pool with a deck and a, you know, the works that go with the pool. Keep it within the concepts of a therapeutic use. And so have it, one, it's going to be up to deck level, so it's easier for getting in and out, but also visually, it would appear to just be a deck on the house. And then this is probably stretching like way out of bounds, but I would also like to suggest that somehow when the sale of the house comes around, that the pool its use be discontinued. I don't think
No.
pools
No.
with MMD district at all. I think that's counter to the intent of the district. And when people are buying within that district, I think they're buying for a certain environmental or a certain aesthetic, which I think should be respected and maintained. So those were just a couple of thoughts. Thank you.
I would just add, in terms of the record, in my mind, maybe this speaks to your comments, Fritz, this involves somebody with a disability who had been, who's using this for exercise and things of that sort, so that I don't think the fact that we're authorizing it here necessarily means we're cavalierly doing it for other circumstances either, from what I said. Are there further comments, Mr. Breglio?
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, John, and then Mr. Breglio is here.
Yeah, I know. I just want to comment. I think you mentioned it before. We should take each application on its own merit. Clearly, this is not similar to other applicants where you're really looking to expand and promote the pool in an area that will be viewed by everybody passing by. It's not in the middle of the lawn. They don't have cabanas. They don't have a lot of bluestone patios and things like that to really create this state-like setting. It's really tight. Obviously, it's for a personal use. It's tight up against the house. And if you look at the aerial on page 11, there is a significant size, a spa there or jacuzzi. So when you look at the pool, adding it into the deck, you're really kind of removing it obviously, but you're really kind of doubling the size of that, and they're keeping it in the confines of the deck. So clearly they're not doing this for any other reason but a personal preference, and therapeutic is a good way to put it. But even if it wasn't, it's really tight up against the house. They're not looking to like really emphasize, hey, we got a pool here, it's going to be worth millions more. We're putting this out into the moors and showing it off. This is tight up against the house. This particular one doesn't bother me, and I think we have to take it on its own merit.
Okay, let's see, Mr. Breglio, I'm going to invite you to comment. You don't need to, but if you'd like to, thank you for joining us.
Linda, do you know there's a caller listed here, and I don't know when you're calling in if you have the capability of raising your hand. Does Mr. Briglio have a 917 number by chance?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to try to enable this. Hold on.
Enable, another new word of COVID.
I'm so tired to see it.
I got a list of them.
Mr. Briglio, are you there?
I still see his phone marked.
I'm not sure he's going to add anything, given what the comments have been, John's comments in particular, and Nat's comments.
Just we wouldn't want to make him feel excluded.
He had trouble earlier today trying to get it together also.
Well, give him our regards then.
I will.
We can wait for that. Can I just make a couple comments? I have
There
a
he is.
couple questions.
He's on now.
Oh,
I believe he's on now.
okay. All right.
Mr. Briglio, are you there? Oh, I see your face. There
We
he
see
is.
you.
We see
Can't
you.
hear you.
We can't hear you.
You're still on mute, perhaps? Use your computer audio, John. They still can't hear you.
But we'll wave to you, give you
We'll wave.
regards.
You gotta hook up your, there he goes. Okay. He can't get his computer to work.
Okay, Nat,
Yeah, just a couple things. Linda, Leslie, the way, can you just explain something for, I think it would be good for all of us. What does it mean when it says building permit issued under Lug 2 zoning during 8-year definitive plan exemption? Like on the plan from 94. So they, MMD's been around since 81, you said, but there's been a lot of sort of back and forth over the years with this, with these people that was sort of locked into LUG2. Then here comes 0.5% ground cover taking over the whole area. I'm just curious what that means on the plan.
So before I don't have the plan open now, but I can tell you that before the late 90s,
Yep, it's right there.
the planning board did not include a requirement that said that excuse me, there was not a requirement in the decision that said the plan had to be endorsed within a certain period of time. So what would happen is someone would come in, they'd get their subdivision approved, and then years may go by before the final plan was endorsed. And the zoning freeze runs with the date of the plan endorsement. And
so okay.
Several examples where there's a huge time lapse between when the zoning freeze expired and when the zoning change happened. So I'm thinking this is one of those examples.
So so these people they're building at 4% ground cover on 80,000 square feet, not 0.5,
not anymore,
or whatever the minimum is under it. It's like Tom Nevers with Lug 3 in a small lot.
So now they're still subject to the 0.5% or 1,500 square feet, whichever's greater. But it looks as though they built in 1994 under the freeze for LEG2.
Yeah.
Yes. There are several of them did. This one, Peacocks, 2 or 3 of them in a row there did the same time.
Yeah. I mean, I guess my point, I just want, Fritz's, his points are valid as far as like, the confusion of MMD is every single time something comes up with MMD, it is like, it's a root canal and a periodontal cleaning in one meeting, okay? And it's always different, but in reality, this zoning district is like, it's really a punishment, okay? So I look at this as VR 10 acre. You know what I mean? Like, think of it as like Nantucket. They can't do that much, but they can still put a pool, but it's harder, real hard. I can understand the one that we moved, the one that Fritz brought up, that was the freshest one in my mind. The one that they sort of just plunked it down and said, well, this is a good spot. And we kind of forced them to move it in a spot that was less convenient for them, but more in line with the bylaw or with the zoning district's, language. So I guess my other question, Leslie, to you is, what's the criteria in VR versus this as far as a special permit? Is there more, there's more rigid in this district than it is in a VR, correct?
Yeah, this is
Has to be.
this is the most restrictive zoning district in the bylaw.
Yeah.
And Madam Chairman, I was the chairman, actually the chairman of the ZBA many, many years ago when the 10-acre was challenged.
Right.
Because there was
That's
a
another-
lawsuit with this lot and the
Yeah.
one next door, actually, Cafaro and Peacock. And it went all the way up to the state. And there was a question that when the 10-acre zoning was put in, it was not put in correctly. There had been a previous case over on the vineyard as 5-acre zoning, which Leslie probably remembers, and they were bounced because it was excessive. So there was a very big question as to whether the 10 acres was even legal at the time, but since then there have been corrections made and it's a standalone zoning district. But there were a lot of problems back in the 80s and 90s with this MMD and whether or not it was a legal zoning district as excessive acreage involved. So it's got quite a history.
I mean, my issue has always been the pre-existing punishment that lots get. And that's my point though, is that this particular application, it's almost like they built the place to hide the pool if they were ever going to build one, even if they didn't plan on it. It's not like they're putting it in untouched land or really in view of anybody. So that's the key, in my opinion, to this pool being a little bit more acceptable than that one that we looked at near Cudweed that was sort of right on the lot line facing open space. And they've certainly put their time into tucking it in there and using existing built on property. So I'm sort of leaning towards this being, worthy of approval.
Leslie?
Just want to point out in some of the other districts, the finding that you're making as a special permit granting authority has to do with, is the use substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood? Whereas in the MMD, what you're really looking at is how does it impact the environment? Does it impact habitats of endangered plant or animal species? And in this case, the location of the proposed pool is primarily where the existing deck is and where the lawn has already been disturbed and maintained not in a natural state. So that's why we recommended approval.
Are we getting ready to see, is there any other comment by the public?
Just one more, Madam Chair.
Yes, John.
I just want to just make a note, in page 9, the applicant it shows the prepared plans by Jardins International Incorporated. In the staff recommendation, it makes reference to September 28th of 2020. In the actual application, it does not have a date of a stamp. I just wanted to make sure that the day that we're going to be approval with those plans coincide with the plan that we're looking at right now.
Can't see the top of it. I'm not sure which one you're looking at. Can you lower this down to where I can see the top?
Kind of hard on a screen share, but it's this plan here. It's dated 9/28/20.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I didn't see that, but thank you. That was my only concern.
Yeah.
Great.
Are we, Megan, do we have anybody for the public hearing yet?
We have Emily Molden with her hand raised.
Okay, Emily, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Emily Molden for the Nantucket Land Council. This certainly is a much more restrictive zoning district than the rest, and obviously that was done intentionally. I just wanted to support some of the comments that Fritz had made and thank the board for really doing its due diligence to consider these so carefully on a case-by-case basis. Just to clarify, if I remember correctly, the pool where it's proposed here will just stick out, was it an additional 10 feet, I think, off of the existing deck?
Yep.
Okay, and I'm sure that's a relatively small square footage. So just, I guess, in closing, I would also ask that when if this permit is issued, that it is clear in the findings what sets it apart from the others where the pools have either not been allowed or what other concerns there have been, as has been previously discussed and suggested, just to make sure that it's pretty clear what makes this particular application different. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. Are we ready to close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
Second.
Sorry.
I
David.
think that was John and Dave seconded.
Yeah.
Roll call,
Yes.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Then on the merits,
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed 32 by 14 pool with note that it is going to be in the already disturbed area of the deck to extend 10 feet out. Also that the siting of the proposed pool, which has been sited away from known suspected habitats of endangered plant and animal species, both on and off site, minimizes potentially adverse effects on the moorland's environment and its scenic integrity, and maximizes the protection of such specifies as the area where the proposed pool is to be sited is already a disturbed area. And also with the 4 staff recommendations as noted.
Those are acceptable.
thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Dave,
Sorry.
Nat,
That was me, one
Yeah.
one drop of water quicker than Fritz.
all right. Roll call, John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Everybody, and one more to go, and then a few miscellaneous things. PLSP.
And good night,
2020
everybody. Thank you for
Good
sticking
night.
it out.
2020-09-74 Nantucket Boys and Girls Club, 69 Sparks Avenue. Megan,
So John Brusher has been waiting here for a long time, very patiently.
we hope you
He
have
wants to
popcorn.
present.
If you'd like me to, I will. How about that? You've done such a wonderful job all evening. I don't want to steal your thunder. But I'll try to make this relatively brief. On behalf of the Nantucket Boys and Girls Club, we have an application before you for siting a tertiary dwelling inside a duplex. The lot is currently vacant. They are ordering the duplex from Huntington Homes. It's going to be a 4-bedroom duplex and a tertiary dwelling in the basement to be used for employee housing. Per the definition of tertiary dwelling, if a tertiary dwelling is sited inside of a duplex, it needs to receive special permit relief from the planning board. We meet the parking calculations. As I said, it's going to be used for employee housing. All of the staff conditions, recommendations are A-OK. The only one I would sort of suggest modifying, frankly, would be an apron at the driveway entrance with Sparks Avenue. The only reason I say that is that this is part of a rear lot subdivision that was approved 3 or 4 years ago. I believe Mr. Ed Pesci is as part of that special permit. He has sort of final engineering review and determination on the driveway or the quote roadway easement, whatever you want to call it. So I would suggest sort of deferring to him on that, because as you can tell just from driving by the site, one duplex is in, another one's going to go in January. I'm not sure when the third will go in, but I know it's a continued work in progress to be used for employee housing.
Thank you, John.
Welcome.
Questions, comments from the board? John?
Just one. comment, Madam Chair. John, do you know, I guess this is really a building issue, but if there's going to be fire separation with the tertiary being that it is in the basement?
I think there must be. I mean, if I may, I mean, it has to go through Huntington, it has to go through the building department. I can only assume so. I mean,
okay.
Campbell?
So, good evening, John. I just had two questions. Is this going to be the only duplex? I believe 4 were approved for this lot. Is this the only duplex that's going to get a tertiary in the basement?
I'll answer that right now. Good question. I don't think so. There might be one other there, and I say there may. One duplex is already built out, and or two are already constructed, and they don't have anything in the basement. I think it would be too difficult for them to retrofit anything at this point in both of those. So there may be one other, but I don't know for certain.
Okay, and then I just had another question, because I thought when the board was discussing this probably a couple of years ago, actually now, look, I can actually have a pass. I think money for the sidewalk or the multi-use path was discussed, and I'm just wondering where that stands. Because I know the town is moving forward with plans for that multi-use path. So I'm just wondering, I just wanted to bring that back into the conversation.
Sure. My recollection, and I apologize, this is a couple of years ago and quite a bit has happened in a couple of years, was that the Boys and Girls Club was, I don't want to say required, but they were encouraged to grant whatever easements were necessary for the multi-use path. And they were certainly more than happy to do so. I honestly don't recall if there was a contribution requested. It may have been yes when it comes up that they will donate or not. You know, whatever we agreed to at the time, yeah, absolutely. You know, we're certainly not going to go back on our word on that. But candidly, I just don't remember.
I think it was in lieu also of the requirement to build a sidewalk between the Boys and Girls Club and the duplex, which is on a pit. So
I think she's right about that.
I
believe it came in to that.
That wouldn't surprise me. If I can interrupt for just a moment, I'm looking at the existing, the rear lot special permit, and condition 5 of the decision states that the applicant shall agree to a pedestrian easement in favor of the town of Nantucket in the event a bicycle path shall be installed on the north side of Sparks Avenue. But yeah, if there is a financial contribution, I mean, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, we're getting toward the home stretch here. Nat, comment?
No, I'm good. That driveway apron is part of the DPW anyway, Johnny. You can't get away with that anymore. Belgian blocks are here to stay now. So trust me.
Okay. Megan, is there anybody from the public who wants to speak?
Oh, I'm seeing none. And I'd be happy, I mean, if the board sounds like they're moving in the direction of approving this request, I can, as John suggested, check in with Ed Pesci about condition number 3 and just see where that stands.
So first thing we need is a motion to close the public hearing, and then we have a motion that would provide a condition modification referencing any further revisions that you might need to make after consultation with the engineer. Is that about the size of it, Megan? Okay, motion to close.
I'll make that motion.
Dave, John seconded, I think.
Second.
All right, Dave.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Judith, aye. On the merits.
Make a motion to approve the application with the finding that the request is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the bylaw. Also with staff recommendations 1 through 8, with the caveat that number 3 will be reviewed and take Ed Pesci, town engineer, by the Ed Pesci, town engineer, upon and use his recommendations.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Nat seconded, roll call, John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you very much. Any other public comments? Anybody who's got their hand up out there, Megan, that we don't know about? Yes.
We have 2 more public hearings.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Good night.
lost
John.
a page. Thank you.
Yeah.
Rob, this is PLSP 2020-09-75, Ronald W. and Ellen H. Winters, 6B Essex Road.
So Arthur Reed is here to represent this applicant, if you would prefer to provide an explanation. But he's
We're
muted.
always happy to have Arthur enlighten us.
We can't hear you.
Unmute.
Well, it shows that he's unmuted. We can't hear
He's
you,
not
Arthur.
muted.
Mm-mm.
How frustrating. A lawyer who can't talk or be heard.
He can hear you.
I know, he's a friend.
Megan, maybe you want to start and he can help blog, or still can't hear you, Arthur.
Can't hear.
Volume.
Where'd he
I guess
go? I bet he's going to try and log off and log back on.
So do you want to
Sure.
say anything to set this up?
So in this situation, the applicant is requesting a special permit from the relief of the requirement as a part of the definition of apartment to not exceed more than 50% of the first floor area being occupied by a residential use, and to alter the pre-existing non-conforming single family, primary and secondary dwellings so that their statuses become apartments versus primary and secondary dwellings. There are 3 units in total located on this site. There's a primary dwelling, a secondary dwelling, and a commercial structure that's currently being utilized to store construction materials. Oh, Arthur, you're back. Hold on, unmute.
Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
yes.
All right. I don't know what happened there. You certainly could hear me earlier.
Yes.
When I was on the other matter, and I've been sitting patiently muted and then unmuted, and darn, what happened? Well, anyway, enough. Did you even hear me when I said that I wasn't sure how enlightening I was going to be at this time of the evening? But anyway,
no, we're in need of enlightenment, so we know
that's
you've
the
tried.
sense of the time that we're at. Anyway, 6B Essex Road is a lot that was formerly in the RC2 zoning district and was rezoned as CN. It's a condominium. There are 3 units on the site. 2 of them are dwellings. The third is a commercial building used primarily for storage by my client, Ron Winters, who is on the call with us now. That building is in commercial use, and he wants to install a residential unit in the building. This falls within the definition of apartment, which is permitted use, not even a special permit use, but a permitted use in the CN district. The issue is that we have to deal with the status of the other buildings on the lot, which are dwellings. There's a limitation in the definition of apartment, which is on, which relates only to a lot that's in commercial use, that not more than 50% of the first floor can be in the residential unit. The other units obviously are entirely residential on their first floor. What we have here is a situation in which if we turn our structure into one containing an apartment, the other dwellings on the lot become, quote, apartments, end quote, even though they're freestanding dwellings. So they become conforming, where at the present time they were made non-conforming because you're not allowed to have primary and secondary single-family dwellings in a CN zone. So what we're asking for is the ability to get past the 50% limitation as to the amount of the residential use that can be on the first floor, which, as I've been back and forth on this, but as Andrew and I have discussed and agreed, it has to be computed on the basis of the first floor of all of the structures on the lot. The planning board has the power to waive that by special permit, and that's what we're asking you to do right now, so that we can have the commercial unit, which will comply with the requirement that not more than 50% of the residential unit in that building would be on the first floor, and would waive the issue as far as the existing dwellings, obviously. That confusing enough for everybody?
C2 housekeeping.
Yeah, this is one of the legacies of RC2.
Yep.
Okay, are there questions or comments for Arthur? It's a good time for a seminar on matters of esoteric interest. Arthur, we're either so mystified or so enlightened, hard to say. Leslie.
Madam Chair, I'd like to recommend that you all approve the application. I mean, this would, first of all, as Arthur said, bring a non-conforming use into conforming status. It would provide an additional dwelling unit. They don't need any other waivers. If you read the definition of apartment, there is an implication that the 50%, I'm going to call it the 50% rule, was really only intended to apply to the commercial structure. And it basically says that in one sentence, but then it doesn't say it in a different sentence. So I do have that cleanup proposed in the technical amendment article that you all will be reviewing at your meeting on November 18th. So converting the covenant unit to an apartment is not an issue based on a conversation that I had with Ann over at Housing Nantucket. I checked the home rule petition that allows the covenant units. I didn't see any problems there. So I think this is a good application and is, taking advantage of the conversion of RC2 to CN, which was the intent there. So we recommend approval.
Thank you, Leslie. Insightful, concise, and illuminating. Who else? Campbell, did I see your hand before?
Yeah, I just, am I muted? No, I'm not. Okay, I just had a quick question, which I think was answered as I went over the application. But just concerning a commercial neighborhood, does this set a precedence, or is every first floor apartment sort of on a case-by-case basis? Just because we do have quite a bit of commercial neighborhood coming up and in already built areas.
Madam Chair, if I may, on this particular one, I mean, it's definitely case by case. The finding that you have to make is that the commercial character of the area will not be negatively impacted by the location of a dwelling unit on the first floor of the commercial structure.
Right.
And that's where there's a language problem. As this, property demonstrates, there is no dwelling unit on the first floor of a commercial structure. The dwelling units are on the first floor of residential structures, and the proposed dwelling unit is on the second floor of the commercial structure. So there's really no change to the character at all.
Okay, thank you, Leslie.
I would also
Anybody else?
argue, through you, Madam Chair, I would also argue that this is more of a residential area than the commercial that it implies. Essex Road is really built up as residential. I don't know, Madam Chair, if there's anybody else, I'd look to close the public hearing.
Let's see if there is anybody out there, Megan.
No members
Okay.
of the public. No.
John moves. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, roll call to close the public hearing. John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Now on the
I'll
merit.
make a motion to approve the special permit for relief with the findings that the change of the use of the primary dwelling and the secondary dwelling is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the bylaw as it brings a non-conforming use into a conforming use, and that by granting the waiver, the commercial character of the area will not be negatively impacted by the location of a dwelling unit on the first floor of the commercial structure, and the granting the waiver encourages and advances housing opportunities. It's my motion.
Okay, second. Thank you. Was going to give that one to Nat. Ready to vote? John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. Thanks, Arthur. And thanks, Mr. Winters, for waiting through all that.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
PLSP 2020-10-78, Siasconset Casino Association Amendment, and PLSP 2020-10-79, 11 New Street, 13 New Street, and 15 New Street. Megan?
Sure. So Sarah's here to represent this application, so she can provide you with an explanation. I did just want to mention, I know last minute I forwarded all of you a flurry of emails from different abutters in support of this application that did not make the packet, but nevertheless, they were in support of the application. So I did send them your way to have a look.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Megan. Good evening. Thank you for having this really long meeting and lasting. I'll try to be concise. This is an application for a special permit under 139.2, the definition of apartment building, and 139.7, the use chart. It's for the Siasconset Casino Association, not the main building, but the land that's across the street next to and west of the Chanticleer. The proposal you saw earlier in the A&Rs, we've created a separate lot by A&R, a little over 10,000 square feet, contains currently a dwelling. Our proposal is to convert that building. It's a historic building, so we're going to renovate it without changing its exterior, put a basement under it, and convert it to use as three apartments. So it would be an apartment building. And then we would build a separate apartment building containing one unit to the rear of that building. We need to amend the existing special permit relief for the tennis court and employee dormitory, just to remove this land from that special permit. The lot that a apartment building stands on has to be free of any other uses. There it is. all of the parking currently provided under the existing special permit would remain on what's now Lot B, which has the tennis courts. And you can't really see it on the screen, but there it is. That's the existing housing. This would be used, I don't want to call it employee housing, but we're going to be using it for employees. A manager's apartment, an apartment for the assistant manager, and then 2 apartments also for pros who come seasonally. Val Oliver has done some designs. These are the proposed elevations. We have not been to the HDC yet, so this is concept only. This is the existing dwelling. The new apartment building, which will contain 1 apartment, will be behind that building. And then the floor plans. The apartment in the separate building will have 3 bedrooms. The other front building will have 3 apartments with a total of 5 bedrooms. Currently there's no parking requirement per se in this zoning district. I'm sure that will be corrected at some point in the village neighborhood district. But we're basically housing people who are already on the site. We're not proposing for any additional or new employees. So we have that parking lot that's on 15 and 13 New Street, and that's where people would park for this use. I think that's really it.
Okay. Questions, comments? Megan, anybody out there wanting to speak? Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Make that motion.
Second.
Okay, Dave moved, Fritz seconded, roll call vote, Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Then on the merits,
Have to do 2 separate motions, just a reminder for this one, okay?
I would make a motion to amend the existing special permit with respect to this property that applies to this property to remove Lot A. And then does the finding have to be a part of both?
It should be.
Yeah, and that the finding is that the request is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the bylaw.
thank you, Fritz. Is there a second?
Second.
Nat seconded, roll call. Fritz,
Aye.
we closed the public hearing, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fritz, Nat was aye.
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the special permit that's been requested for 2 apartment buildings containing a total of 4 apartments units on Lot A, with the finding that the request is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the bylaw.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Nat seconded, roll call. Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you, and thanks for sticking with us, Sarah.
Thank you very much. It's worth the 5 hours when you get a vote.
Well, when you come last, if we're, according to plan, we're more to the point and finish up here. Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, can I ask you one thing before you go?
Sure.
About the annual town meeting, which I'm sure you think about a lot and dream about, but we're going to be doing more work on the warrant articles related to zoning and planning, and I wondered if there's any chance you're going to split the meeting over several days and might put the zoning and planning things in one block. Maybe you can't, maybe that's not a good idea, just
I mean, the zoning articles are always lumped together in the bylaw, and I mean in the warrant, and I'm guessing that we'll probably go 2 nights, but you know, I'm also feeling, when I look ahead to April, and maybe I'm the only person who shares this really pessimistic view, but I'm not really convinced that when April rolls around, we're all going to be ready to be in a room together.
No, I absolutely agree with you.
So
that's why part of me wonders whether you were thinking like a day a month, you know, spread it, you know, April and then May and then June if it comes to that. But you're the
I don't know. I mean, I don't know whether we can. We're looking at a lot of different alternatives. I know the current planning is if the world was going to go back to normal. I just don't have that optimism. And I have a feeling we're going to find when we get closer to the date that we're going to be doing, I don't know, something different, maybe something outside without any kind of screen or bells and whistles, or maybe we'll do what you're suggesting, short bursts, but I just don't know that we're going to be able to have a whole group of people.
I know you live and breathe good government. It's just the more these get pent up and carried over by the time we're into year 3 of the same stuff that didn't get voted on, that kind of puts a crimp on other more pressing things. I'd like to think that at some point we'll have the master plan done, for example, and that'll be its own thing. But
right,
I mean, we don't know if we're going to have marijuana proposals or what else. And just if you have thoughts about that, if I were you, I'd be thinking about getting with your fellow moderators and proposing legislation about your ideal way to do this. And if there's any way that any of the rest of us can do anything to hold your coat or give you support or say way to go or something like that. But it's really like it's so much of our government as we know it is on the blocks right now. It's really pretty worrisome.
It is worrisome. I agree with you.
Campbell, you were going to say something?
Oh, I was just going to say, as far as the number of nights regarding the zoning, any of the zoning changes or whatever that we propose, really, I think in the end, it all depends on what's called, right? Because it's all going to come up on the first night. And then based on the articles that are called, those may go into another night. Do you see what I mean? Like,
right.
So there may be a group of things that we have proposed, like in 2020, that we're just going to go through. But I think most of them are coming up because they were withdrawn, right, for 2020. And we just did the financial.
Yep. Yep.
Right. We just do the essentials.
There were a few that were approved, but not many.
So obviously more of the citizens articles will probably be called than the planning board articles, but that's
right.
Sort of, I like the idea of doing it over time. And if nothing else, it should go to a ballot because we really need to get voting on these things and continuing to move forward instead of being.
So
my plan has been to try to get through the election.
Yep.
And then get with the town clerk. I think if I tried to talk to her right now, she'd take my head off, rightly so.
Well,
get past the election and then get with the town clerk and try to work through this.
We just want to thank you for all you're doing because we know it's very important important, and we know it's in good hands with you. So thank you, Sarah.
Right, well, we'll be,
But if
we'll
if
be
there are
engaging
ways
you all in conversation as well, because if there are ideas that people have of ways that we can work this out, we're gonna need it to be an all hands on deck kind of approach, I have a feeling.
Madam Chair, through you.
Yes, John.
Sarah, has there been any kind of consideration to having open outside town meetings? I know other towns have done it on the beach and the football field, and especially with the clickers that we experimented on, and I don't know how successful it was or how you felt that was, if it worked, if it even has the capability to go outside. But social distancing, thinking of the worst case, you know, a venue like the football field, if everybody was able to, you know, plan for a nice day and maybe have backup days that were advertised, don't know if that might potentially
Yeah,
work.
I mean, that's the kind of thing we're looking at, is an outdoor meeting.
Mhm.
I just don't know how much technology we'll be able to drag into that, but
Right.
It's hard to picture your displays of text and all
Right.
that kind of thing for people to be able to grapple with it. And then the other thing is, as time goes on, you have to worry if it's just going to kill the appetite to keep participating in town meetings.
Right.
If there's fear, and who's going to be deterred? Is it going to be the older population? Is it going to be young parents who already are beyond their capacity with kids being homeschooled? I mean, it's just enough to make you dizzy, I think.
it is, it's a lot for everyone.
Campbell, did you have one last thought?
I was just gonna say, well, I'll sew the sheets together for the screen.
Okay.
Illuminate.
I may take you up on that, Campbell. You never know.
Well, I'll be ready.
Thank you, Sarah.
We might have to do a drive-in town meeting. Who knows?
Well, we're getting practice at the drive-in movies, so
Right.
All right.
Right.
Although I have to tell you, figuring out how to get your radio to play isn't always the easiest. Okay, thank you, and thanks
Right,
for sticking
thank
with
you.
us so late. Okay, 2021 meeting schedule. I just saw that we got a notice of January 11th is our first 2021, the new magic year that is not 2020. Do we need to approve something for the year as a whole, or?
No, nothing needs to be approved. It's more for your information so you can plan ahead. There was very limited availability already for the next 6 months. So we plugged in our monthly meetings where we could, and we also plugged in for the anticipated public hearings for bylaw changes.
Good job, thank you. Is that because the town has a limited Zoom license?
Only one board can meet at one time if it's going to be in this format with the webinar and participation and be streamed live on YouTube. So that's the reason
So
for
it's partly the streaming.
it's mostly the
I
streaming.
know you also told us November 18th during the day for our meeting about warrant articles, and I know that isn't ideal for everybody, but it sounds like you didn't have many options. Leslie?
I just wanted to point out that the meeting invite that you just referenced, I think was sent inadvertently by one of the board members. So you want to disregard that.
So that's not true.
I think Fritz may have sent that by accident.
Okay. So
What'd I do?
Totally by accident.
all right, well, we'll see what you tell us then. You'll get that to us sooner than later, right? Anything else about meeting schedule? Master plan update, Trustee Andrew has been hanging in here with us. And I'm sure, Leslie, you have things to add too. Andrew looks so relaxed after his visit to the great white north, up to the ice and snow.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I did include some information to update you about two things that are going on right now. Number one is the open space recreation plan after a delay because of COVID that is now moving forward. I do see that already their schedule, which talked about a public event in October, is going to have to be shifted out since we're almost done with October. But anyway, just to let you know that the open space plan which is part of the chapter of the master plan, is underway. The second part is.
Andrew, could I just ask which chapter is that?
The open space chapter of the master plan.
Oh, it's not a chapter number then. There's not.
Oh, there's basically 9 elements in the master plan, and open space is one of them. And typically we, use our ongoing, regularly updated open space and recreational plan to serve in that role.
Okay, sorry for the interruption.
That's what we do. The second thing is just to update you on the build-out analysis that I did get a proposal from our consultants on that, and the information is included in the packet for you to review. So thank you, Megan, for that.
Doesn't want to work.
All right. We do have to get additional funding. I think all of you know that our funding for the master plan was cut in half at the last town meeting. We had requested $100,000. It was cut to $50,000. I think we can do this project over a 2-year period, provided we get the balance of the funding in the current fiscal year, which is what our budget proposal has included. So anyway, that's there for your reading review. If you have questions, please reach out and let me know.
Thank you. And you or Leslie or Megan or your helpers sent us more on warrant articles. I think we're too fried to go through any of those in detail tonight, but that's why we're meeting on the 18th of November, right, Leslie?
Yeah, I just want to point out that I did update the list a little bit since your last meeting. A few things popped up, nothing major. We can talk about that on the 18th. Nathan has been busy producing maps. Those are in your packet, whereas you just had sketches at the last meeting. We've been busy working on putting together draft articles, so we should be in really good shape on November 18th. And also to get early mailings out and all of that to affected property owners.
That's great. Okay, now we have Edwin Lemberg regarding a community mailbox at White Whale Lane subdivision. Is that correct? Was he here? I didn't.
He was invited, but sorry.
Do you want to tell us about this, Megan? I know you briefed us a little bit about it.
I think Leslie should update. She's
Okay.
been the one kind of in correspondence with Mr. Lemberg.
Yeah, he is a property owner in White Whale. He wants the planning board to somehow help facilitate a community mailbox installation with the Postal Service. I've talked and emailed with him about this. I've said that's not something that the planning board is involved with, and their homeowners association or just property owners individually will have to work that out. But he wanted to come to talk with you about it himself, and he's not here. So I don't think there's any specific action for you to take. That's what's going on.
So would you suggest that we talk a little about it and basically understand your insights about it, and then you can get back to him, or that we hold it over again? I hate to see people be at the tail end of the agenda and then have them come back if they plan to.
I would actually suggest that you hold it over. I mean, there are other property owners involved. He's the only one that's come forward, and now he didn't
may have
attend the meeting
changed his
tonight
mind.
in any way. So I think you should wait to see if he wants to come to a future meeting or not with the other owner.
Okay. Stephen?
Yeah, I just, excuse me, I just wanted to comment. I've actually had to manage previous community associations, putting those in, and it's, I think as Leslie is probably going to suggest, you go to the postmaster and you set it up through them. There's really no town involvement. They actually provide the mailboxes because they need to provide the locks and the key sets for the postal carrier. And then they just set it up through an HDC approval of the placement in the enclosure, if that's helpful.
Leslie, would it be beneficial for us to authorize you to say we heard these comments and we think that their next best stop is the post office? You've told them that, but, or just let it be and let them come back?
I think it would be good for them to hear that from you, and then we can avoid a future agenda item.
Okay.
Question on that.
Yes, Campbell.
So is White Whale Lane, is that individual property owners, or is that a development with individual property owners? And is there something missing here in terms of getting a postal address if it is owned, like if it was a subdivision owned by somebody? I think I may be going off in the weeds on my own, but versus each individual person trying to get a mailbox.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
just Campbell, I think I know where you're going with this, but the Postal Service doesn't deliver to individual mailboxes. They're not, or at least they haven't been for many years, adding them. So what they do is, regardless of whether it's a subdivision or a group of homes, if someone wants to come in and get their mail delivered, they have to work it out where they put in a centralized box. They have them at Beach Farm, they have them at Nashwaquisset, they have them at Naushop, and it's all U.S. Post Office determined in every single regard. It's got really nothing to do with the town, nothing to do with the street name conventions. It's literally through the determination of the U.S. Postmaster in this particular area.
Okay, so if they just decided, if each property owner just decided to put a post box at the end of the drive, like in a 7 swath, that's the same kind of thing?
They would not end up
Well,
getting mail. That's
Yeah, Campbell, I don't think we
I'm
can
just trying to figure that out.
giving him advice on that. I think what
I'm not
what I'd
saying-
propose would be, in keeping with the advice we've had from Leslie and from Stephen, that we say as a board, ask Leslie to write to Mr. Lemberg and say, we understand this is not a matter within our jurisdiction at all, that any inquiries of this sort need to go directly to the Postal Service. And we think that's the best use of his time if he wants to pursue it. Something along those lines. Leslie, does that sound sort of like what you've been saying, I suspect?
Yes.
Okay, so somebody, it'd be the sentiment that we would ask Leslie to send him such a letter. All in favor? Nat?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. Okay. Okay, so we have a special meeting the 18th at 2 p.m. to discuss warrant articles, and as you know, there were some of those we didn't discuss at the prior meeting that Leslie was at. Andrew was away, including swimming pools, and that, as I understand it, some of you have had a change of view in how you think about swimming pools. So I assume we should allow some time to talk about swimming pools and other matters. But most of what we have there, my sense, Leslie, and Megan, I thought we were pretty clear and pretty much in consensus on most of the things that we said, this is in or this is out, except for the ones we didn't talk about, which were citizen articles and ones that the board had previously itself raised that we felt we need to go back to. So I suspect the best use or best organization for that meeting would be, well, I'll defer to you folks, but I think we shouldn't spend the whole thing going back over things we've already reached consensus on. We should try to deal with any remaining items. And also, you'll know by then, I believe, that citizen articles are due by then, so we'll know if there's 100 or 50 or how many more there's likely to be. Is that right?
We may not know how many have been submitted by then. It takes a while for them to be certified by the town clerk before they're released. So we may not know. The other thing I want to point out, I don't think you should spend a lot of time talking about the citizen articles at that meeting, even the ones from last year, because those are automatically going on the warrant and we will have to schedule public hearings for those. So that can happen later.
So to the extent that there are any known citizen articles and you are lucky enough to be aware of them, you'll share them, but we can't assume that they're everything. Just we'll see what happens to be there. We know the clerk's office is killing themselves with the election and who knows the aftermath. So okay, well, be safe out there, everybody. Thank you for all the good staff work and for all the good deliberation here. I know we don't always agree on everything and we do our best to shed light and learn from each other, and I appreciate that a lot.
Appreciate the good meeting.
Anything else? If not, a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, thanks, everybody. See you the 18th.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care.